संगीत नृत्य हो सगरी की वाणी कला गणित विज्ञान भौतिकी सब क्षेत्रों में अनुकालिक ज्ञान भजा विश्वविद्यालय हरियाणा विश्वविद्यालय कोटि प्रणाम विश्वविद्यालय भारत माँ की विश्वविद्यालय कोटि वेद भूमि ये कर्म भूमि है ज्ञान भक्ति का अमित रूप है वेद भूमि ये कर्म भूमि है ज्ञान भक्ति का अमित रूप है कुरुक्षेत्र धर्म क्षेत्र है आदि पुरुष चिन्मय स्वरूप है इसको सुधारे ज्ञान चेतना विद्यमान है कुरुक्षेत्र विश्वविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय भारत माँ की विश्वविद्यालय कोटि कोटि
I request to MEA staff, please turn on your camera and your mic as well. We can test your.
We are. Our camera is on. Can you see us? Hello.
Wait, sir. My IT staff is going to check this. Yes, sir. You are visible and as well as you are very much audible.
Audible, no? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Atri, can you hear me, please?
Sir, this side, no? Sir, this side.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, madam will join at 9:40. Okay, 9:40, 45. She is still with secretary.
Okay.
She's as soon as he gets free from there, but 9:40 to 9:45 he said he'll be most likely be able to join.
Thank you.
Okay.
हाँ हाँ, ये सारे लगा के अब वहां पर एक चार्ट लगा। हाँ, हाँ। I welcome all the speakers and the participants who have joined us in online session. I request you to wait till 9:40. Our MEA, IP, JE ma'am join at 9:40. Thank you for your patience. उधर एक है, हाथ में।
Hello? Hello? Hello, Professor Mohi?
Hello, yes. Good
Yeah,
morning, Dr. Atri. Good
good
morning.
morning. Good morning, madam.
How
So
are
we
you?
are soon starting the
Okay.
program. Thank you very much for joining.
Yeah,
And Indo-Pacific Division, Madam Parmita Tripathi will be joining at 9:40, and the
Okay.
Vice Chancellor is coming. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you very much, madam.
Okay. See you. Thank you.
I request to MEA, can we start our meeting?
Yes, we are ready, please.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Please be seated. Good morning. Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Priya Sharma, your coordinator for this special section. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to esteemed Chief Guest Pramita Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Presiding over our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Conference Director, Professor V.N. Attri, Ambassador Anup Mudgal, IFS, Ambassador Sanjay Panda, former Ambassador to Turkey, High Commission to Seychelles Council, Journal San Francisco, USA. Professor M.B. Chetty, Vice Chancellor, Sanskriti University, Chhata, Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Cam Molope, Vice Chairman of Indian Ocean Rim Academic Group, South Africa Chapter, South Africa. Dr. Ahmadul Islam, SRF, Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan. Dr. Gina Chung, Founder President, Indo-Korea Business Center. Dr. Dhanuraj, Founder Chairman of Center for Public Policy Research, Kochi, Kerala. Professor Neera Verma, Head of the Department, Gurugram University, Gurugram. Speaker and participant who have joined us in both in person and online for the second day of the third international conference of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, organized in the collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. We gather to address pressing global issue under the theme Security, Dynamic, Climate Change and Sustainable Development in the Indo-Pacific region. With the kind permission of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath, who is presiding over this session, may I now commence this proceeding for the special address, sir? Thank you, sir. To begin this significant session, I would now like to invite our visionary conference director, Professor V.N. Attri, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Atri's visionary leadership and deep insight have been the guiding force behind this remarkable conference. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I know, first of all, I welcome Madam Parimita Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Madam, we are very much delighted for your support and guidance. And Honorable Vice Chancellor is there. He will be presiding over the function. And there are some of the eminent personalities joining from abroad. Ben Milligan, Director, Global Ocean Accounting Partnership. Professor Mohi from Mauritius, former Secretary General of IORA from South Africa, and many more from US, Japan, Italy are joining. So notwithstanding all protocol observed, notwithstanding between you and Madam Parimita, I invite Madam Parimita to deliver our special remarks on Indo-Pacific. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Professor Attri, for those thoughtful words to welcome. It's now my privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest for this session, Mrs. Pramita Tripathi, Joint Secretary of Indo-Pacific Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mrs. Tripathi has been a cornerstone of India's diplomatic efforts in shaping the Indo-Pacific region She has held several key positions, including Joint Secretary of Oceania Region, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India, and Deputy High Commissioner at the High Commission of India, and alumnus of Jawaharlal University with MA in Geography and BSc graduate to prestigious Presidency University of Kolkata. Without further delay, I invite Mrs. Tripathi to share her special address with us.
Namaskar. Good morning. Professor Somnath, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University. Professor Chetty, Vice Chancellor, Sanskriti University. Ambassador Mudgal Sir, Ambassador Sanjay Panda Sir. Professor Atri, distinguished speakers and delegates, and I think students also who are present. I extend my felicitations to Kurukshetra University and the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies for organizing this conference with the support of the Ministry of External Affairs. The visionary efforts of Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University and the efforts of Professor V.N. Atri in organizing this conference are commendable. These 2 days are being devoted to insightful discussions on critical issues shaping the future of the Indo-Pacific region. This conference is providing a platform to exchange ideas on the pressing challenges such as security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development, issues that are not only relevant to the Indo-Pacific but also have global implications. The Indo-Pacific has truly become the fulcrum of global geopolitics, home to over 60% of the world's population. The Indo-Pacific holds significant share of global trade routes and maritime resources. These resources are vital not just for the economic security of nations in the region, but for the global economy as a whole. As we have, I'm sure, been discussing over these 2 days, the geopolitics surrounding these resources is becoming more complex by the day. This region faces significant challenges ranging from geopolitical competition and territorial disputes to climate change and non-traditional threats such as illegal fishing, trafficking, and piracy. The rapid shifts in the balance of power and interests create new risks which require careful management. There is an urgent need to build resilient and reliable supply chains in an era of increasing geopolitical uncertainty. The region also faces an over-concentration of production, especially in manufacturing, which presents its own set of challenges. Predatory and non-sustainable financing of unviable projects is another major challenge faced by many smaller nations in the region. The Indo-Pacific has thus become a symbol of an evolving world order, characterized by multipolarity and the necessity of cooperation. It is not merely a geographic space, but a critical arena for building partnerships, enhancing connectivity, and fostering collaboration. India's approach to the Indo-Pacific is guided by the vision of Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, which was articulated by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in 2015. Sagar emphasizes cooperative measures for sustainable use of the oceans and provides a framework for a safe, secure, and stable maritime domain in the region. Our broader vision for the Indo-Pacific was elaborated in Prime Minister Modi's keynote address at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore in 2018. Prime Minister outlined the Indo-Pacific as a seamless continuum between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, calling for a free, open, inclusive, and rules based order founded on respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. The United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Seas, UNCLOS 1982, which is the Constitution of the Seas, remains central to this vision. The peaceful resolution of disputes, international laws, and cooperation are key pillars of this vision. In 2019, at the East Asia Summit in Bangkok, Prime Minister Modi announced the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, or IPOI, aimed at promoting collaboration to manage, conserve, secure, sustain, and develop the maritime domain. IPOI focuses on 7 pillars: maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building, disaster risk reduction, science and technology, and trade and connectivity. The uniqueness of IPOI lies in its inclusive, non treaty based approach, which is open to all nations that share a commitment to the sustainable development of the Indo Pacific, and where regional architectures such as the ASEAN, the Quad, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, play complementary roles. It is heartening to note that, apart from India, 12 major countries across the Indo Pacific have taken leadership roles of the 7 pillars under IPOI. Australia's work on maritime ecology, India's and the UK's co leadership on maritime security, and the United States and Japan co leading trade connectivity are just a few examples of the collective effort aimed at shaping our region's future. Recent additions, such as Bangladesh co leading the disaster risk reduction pillar with India and Greece joining IPOI, reflect the broadening scope of cooperation under this mechanism. Many other countries are also expected to join the IPOI in the coming months. The spirit of collaboration highlights the deepening understanding that no single nation can ensure regional stability and security in isolation. IPOI has synergy with other similar visions and initiatives, such as the Free and Open Indo-Pacific and ASEAN's own Outlook on Indo-Pacific, or AOIP, and the recently issued IORA Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or IOIP. ASEAN and ASEAN-led mechanisms are envisaged as the primary platforms for the implementation of the IPOI. Our relationship with ASEAN was elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2022. Last year, we conducted the first ever India ASEAN maritime exercise, which is a symbol of the deepening maritime cooperation between India and ASEAN. Given the significance of the Indian Ocean region and the close ties India has with the countries around the Indian Ocean, India has strengthened its engagement with the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA. Last year, India assumed vice chairmanship of IORA, and this year or early next year, it will take over, not this year, in 2025, it will take over as chair. At the ministerial meeting in Colombo last year, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar emphasized India's commitment to further strengthening the IORA and reiterated India's role as a first responder and net security provider in the region. India is actively engaging with various regional mechanisms to enhance cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. The Mekong-Ganga Cooperation, or the MGC, is the oldest sub-regional platform in the Mekong region. It continues to foster cultural, economic, and people to people ties between India and the Mekong countries. Similarly, BIMSTEC, which adopted its charter in 2022, is expanding its focus on areas such as connectivity and maritime cooperation. The Quad has emerged as a key platform addressing challenges in the Indo-Pacific, while the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF, is advancing cooperation on supply chains, trade, and a clean economy. India is also involved in maritime safety through the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative. At the 2023 FIPIC 3 summit, Prime Minister Modi announced initiatives supporting the Pacific Island countries' 2050 strategy, reinforcing India's commitment to regional cooperation. To conclude, let me reiterate that cooperation, sustainability, and mutual respect must remain the guiding principles as we navigate the challenges of the 21st century. India's approach to the Indo-Pacific has therefore always been rooted in the belief that more integration and collaboration will lead to greater prosperity, progress, and stability. This idea, expressed in this conference, would reinforce that our shared future lies in collaboration, sustainability, and mutual respect. I am confident that the ideas and views expressed at this conference will strengthen the process and drive our collective progress, ensuring that the Indo Pacific remains a region of peace, prosperity, and stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for your enlightening words and invaluable insight. We look forward to welcoming you in person to the next conference at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, ma'am. It is now time for the presidential remark. We are honored to have with us the dynamic and visionary leader of Kurukshetra University, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, okay. Our presidential remarks will be given by our, Yes.
Hello. Because the session is on, so at the end of it, I'll be making the presidential remarks. Only thing I have to say is that with the help of Ministry of External Affairs, we have been able to conduct this conference. And I'm sure very soon, Madam, you'll be making a personal visit also to Kurukshetra University. So thank you very much for your gracious presence and your address. And very rightly, you have pointed out that the problems that we are facing in the Indo-Pacific today, the solution to the problems lies in the mutual cooperation, sustainability, and the respect towards each other. So we need to work across borders. That is the key to the solutions of the problems that we may face in near future. I think Vasudev Kutumbakam is the solution to these problems. So thank you very much for your gracious address, and your presence has added excellence to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. To formally conclude this session, I would now like to invite Conference Director Professor V.N. Attri to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. We are very well guided by the Honorable Chief Guest, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific Division. And Madam, I assure you that the basic objective of International Center for Indo-Pacific Study is to promote the shared future, cooperation, mutual respect, peace and prosperity for all. And in this endeavor, we are able to network within a short span of 2 years the major think tanks across Indo-Pacific and IORA. And we have been discussing with the Honorable Vice Chancellor to start some courses related with the Indo-Pacific and IORA, blue economy, ocean accounting, so that the younger generation may participate in this endeavor. As pointed out in several United Nations conferences, the youth is the key to secure future for all, and that is basically to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. In this context, I may inform you, madam, that I have written a book on IORA's Sustainable Development Objective, United Nations Sustainable Development Goal through global partnership. So thank you, madam, for your benign presence, and we look forward for your guidance and cooperation in future also. And I am also thankful to all the foreign dignitaries who are joining with us online from US, Italy, Japan, Fiji, and the next session will be starting at 10:20. Thank you very much. And I am also thankful to all the chairman of the Department of Economics and his dedicated team, all the university administration for making the arrangements for the conference. Thank you very much.
Now I request to Vice Chancellor Kurukshetra University Kurukshetra to felicitate Professor M.B. Chetty, Vice Chancellor Sanskriti University Chhata, Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. I again request to Vice Chancellor Professor Somnath Sachdeva to felicitate Ambassador Anup Mudgal, IFS High Commissioner of India to Mauritius. Please. Thank you all for your presence and active participation in this important session. We hope the knowledge and the insight shared today will help guide our discussion and action toward a secure, sustainable future for the Indo-Pacific region. The next session will begin shortly, and the tea is ready downstairs for all the dignitaries and for our students. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I can go for yesterday, madam. Oh.
Morning all. I once again welcome you all in the session third on the second day of third international conference of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies in collaboration of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. The theme of the conference is security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in Indo-Pacific region. The theme of present session is climate resilient activities, projects for blue economy in Indo-Pacific and IORA and development in marine vital planning and ocean accounting. As we come to know yesterday that the present century is of oceans. Life in ocean is as important as life on the land. Hence, the blue economy has immense importance in the present context. So, it is an honor for me to welcome the chair of present session, Professor V.N. Attri, a scholar of international repute in international trade and finance, well grounded in economic theory, economic growth, sustainable development, public policy, and economic reform. Sir completed his postdoctoral research. I welcome you, sir, and we are highly thankful to you for organizing such a wonderful event for all of us and making it a learning experience for all of us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express my gratitude to all the experts joining us from USA, Italy, Australia, Fiji, and they have been waiting for a long. I am sorry because of the specific arrangements, as I mentioned you in my email, that Joint Secretary Indo-Pacific, Ms. Parimita Tripathi, made her special remarks, and due to her engagements in the office, the only slot was open, that was 9:30. So now, here basically the senior members of the Kurukshetra University faculty, student, research scholars, and our respected ambassadors, vice chancellor of some of the universities are present, sir, in the audience. That is, I am just telling you the structure of the gathering here, and everybody is very keen to know about the ocean economy, the blue economy, how the blue economy and the ocean economy is related with climate change, how the ocean accounting partnerships or the work of measuring the ocean economy, blue economy, can enhance the peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region as articulated by the Joint Secretary. The solution to all the sustainable development, inclusive growth, including all the people-oriented approach, lies in cooperation, peace, and mutual cooperation. In this regard, I welcome Dr. Bain Milligan, who is the Director of Global Ocean Accounting Partnership. He is joining from Australia. I had a very wonderful experience in Bali. He and his team is most welcome. And I welcome Professor Christine. She is joining from Norway. And Jack Dyer joining from Fiji, not being between the honorable guest of honor, Professor Charles Colgan, who will be talking about the blue economy and the climate change. He is the keynote speaker. Sir, I welcome you, and the floor is yours. Please come.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you very much for asking me to attend this conference. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but a variety of matters have kept me in the U.S. But I'm really grateful for the opportunity to join you, and I want to thank particularly my good friend Dr. Attri for inviting me to attend. Talk a little bit about some of our work. I'm the director of research at a place called the Center for the Blue Economy at Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. So I'm speaking to you today from my home in South Portland, Maine, on the other side of the U.S. The center does a lot of work in the economics of oceans.
Professor Colgan, could you speak with a high voice because we can't hear you?
Is this better? Is that better? What about now?
Near the mic.
Hang on a minute.
Professor, slightly closer to the mic, please.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I've got to switch microphone.
This should be better. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I had to switch microphones. Too much technology going on. So as I was saying, I'm Director of Research at the Center for the Blue Economy, the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. And I'm speaking today from my home in South Portland, Maine. I split my time between the two coasts, whereas as Americans say, I'm bi-coastal. We at the center do a great deal of work in the economics of oceans and coasts. We do work in ocean accounting, and I'm glad to see many of my colleagues from the GOAP technical expert panel here, along with Ben. We do a fair amount of work in the blue economy. We've done blue economy strategic plans for a number of countries and a number of states here in the US. And we also do a lot of work in climate change, and in particular on the vulnerability of economic systems to climate change, particularly sea level rise. And most recently, we've been working a great deal on the resilience of public infrastructure to flooding and sea level rise. So we're at the intersection of three different major themes. One is the blue economy, one is ocean accounting, and one is climate change. And I have to say, for somebody who reads a great deal about the blue economy all over the world, I think that there's a real struggle in trying to get these three things brought together. And so that's what I'm going to talk about tonight, or this morning, is the relationship okay, so we should be, let me just get this going here. Okay, can you see that okay? You see my slides okay?
It's absolutely fine.
Yes, yes, yeah. We can see it.
So I'm going to talk about climate change and the blue economy, and I'm going to try and draw some lessons that will help both identify where the issues are and begin to talk about some of where the work that needs to be done can be defined. I think that when you read all of the various studies and policy papers and various documents about the blue economy, they all share kind of implicitly a vision of what the ocean and the ocean-based economy would or should look like. Very beautiful beaches, abundant fisheries, functioning ecosystems and coral reefs, a way of connecting countries to the trade and the rest of the world. All of these are part of the vision of the blue economy that people are trying to convey as a vision for what might be accomplished if we pay more attention to and take care of the ocean and coastal resources and the economic systems that depend on them. The reality, however, is somewhat different. The reality is with climate changing, we get extensive storm damage. The picture on the left is from North Carolina. It's 400 miles from the coast, and it's about a week old after a hurricane. The vibrant, colorful coral reefs have been denuded by acidification and temperature waves. Fishing fleets haul little in some circumstances, if they go out at all. And sea level rise is pushing storm surge closer and closer to the places that we live, if not, in fact, pushing the ocean right into our living rooms. And so this emerging reality contrasts with the idea we have of the blue economy. And it says that we really have got to think about some ways in which the interaction between a changing climate, a changing ocean, and the blue economy that we want to depend on it can evolve. I want to just, in the previous slide, I talked about some of the headline ideas: storms, hurricanes, fishing, and so on. I want to just take a local example from here in the northeastern US to talk about how climate change and the blue economy have much more subtle effects in many cases. So the major fishery here in the state of Maine in the Northeast is lobster fishery. That's a lobster to the left there. And it's a trap fishery. The boat you see is hauling a trap which had been baited, set on the ground, set on the sea floor, and the lobster fisherman hauls the trap, takes the lobsters out, replaces the bait, and puts it back in the water, connected to the surface by a line and a buoy. Well, this has been going on for well over 100 years, and today the lobster fishery in Maine employs about 7,000 people and has a worth about $80 million. But the Gulf of Maine, in which adjacent to which we live, the area between Massachusetts, New England, and the Canadian Maritimes, is warming very fast. This map shows a temperature anomaly from last year, and you can see how just pay attention to the dark red colors. You can see how the temperature of the ocean has dramatically shifted over time, with the entire area of the Gulf of Maine now more than 6 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than normal. Well, that has some effects on the lobster industry. This has been going on for some time. Basically, what it has done is it has dramatically decreased the amount of lobster caught in the western part of the Gulf of Maine and increased it caught in the eastern Gulf of Maine. So the entire fishery has been shifting north and east. Moreover, it's been shifting further and further offshore as lobsters, crustaceans which must shed their shells in order to grow, look for appropriate temperate waters in which to do that. And the problem that has occurred is, as the lobsters have moved east, the entire industry has shifted out of southern New England and southwestern Maine and into eastern Maine. So we have an entire regional shift in the fishery, roughly 100 to 200 miles east. Now that has been accommodated because it's possible for the lobster harvesters to go and catch the fish, but they've also moved further and further offshore because the inshore waters are now too warm. The result of that is that another denizen of the Gulf of Maine, the North Atlantic right whale, now is, as a result of climate change, moving further and further inshore in order to find food in the summer. And the right whale gets entangled with the lobster fishing lines. And there have been a number of documented deaths of the right whale because of their entanglement in lobster fishing lines. And this is something of a problem because there are only something like 26 right whales left in the entire world. So this is an endangered species. And the lobster industry now faces the problem of, under US law, potentially being entirely shut down in order to protect the right whale. This creates a lot of controversy, as you can imagine, but it's ultimately a climate change story, as the humans and the species that they're seeking are clashing with the whales and the food that they're seeking. And this is a subtle story, and is going to be very typical of many of the kinds of things that climate change will do in the oceans, other than simply reducing the catch of fisheries or creating additional storms and storm surge damages. So how does this relate to the blue economy? Well, I have to spend a lot of time reading about the blue economy, and I've recently completed a survey of about 40 different policy papers and various forms of discussions of the blue economy, all attempting to define it in one way or another. And basically what I've taken away from that is that you can bring you can define the blue economy through three themes. The first is the ocean-related economy. That is the contribution of the oceans to national income and output, sometimes called the ocean economy. That's the first theme that your blue economy is defined with. The second is the application of innovative technologies as a driver of growth related to the ocean. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration here in the US refers to this as the new blue economy, as if they knew what the old blue economy was. You'll see this emphasis on technological innovation, on not only digital information, but also biopharmaceuticals in the strategies for many different countries around the world. And finally, sustainable uses of the ocean and coastal resources in the production of ocean-related goods and services. And so there talk about the sustainable blue economy. What does the sustainability mean? Well, I'm going to argue that it could mean kind of the classic example of not exceeding carrying capacity or sustainable yield, but it also means sustainability in the face of climate change. So how do each of these definitions help us understand the relationship between the blue economy and climate change? In the case of the ocean economy, that is the industries related to the ocean, we now have to deal with changes in the output and employment in a variety of existing ocean economy industries. The shift in fisheries, for example, of the lobster fishery is just one example. I should mention that this exact same phenomenon takes place on the west coast of the United States with a fishery called Dungeness crab. Exactly the same set of issues, exactly the same problem with a different whale species, in that case, the humpback. But we're also going to see new and redefined industries. So, for example, marine construction is traditionally the industry involved in the construction of piers and wharves, harbor dredging, and so on. But we really need to define it also now to include wetlands restoration and ecosystem restoration designed to enhance carbon sequestration and flood protection from enhanced storms related to climate change. The technology innovation economy. So we're going to have to come up with a whole bunch of technologies that minimize impacts and ecosystem degradation. And we're going to have to come up with a whole set of new technologies that facilitate both mitigation, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and adaptation, our ability of systems to adapt to the fact that even if we stopped greenhouse gas emissions today, we would still face decades of continued climate change. And finally, sustainability, the adaptation of people and places to a changing environment. I'll talk about a little bit about each of these. So what are some of the things in climate industries? Well, I want to make a distinction, as I said, between mitigation, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and adaptation, responding to the consequences of climate change. Under mitigation, so we have renewable energy, wind. Everybody's blue economy has wind in it, wind-powered electric generation. But we also want to include wave and tidal. Renewable electricity is a major mitigation industry as well as a part of the blue economy. But we've also got to do things like we've got to change out fossil fuels in vessel propulsion, and not only in the large ships supplying the oceans with containers, but in small ships like the fishing vessels, like the lobster boats, like ferries, cruise ships, and so on. Finally, the other major mitigation industry that's emerging quickly is ecosystem-based carbon storage, or blue carbon. And there are two divisions of this: coastal blue carbon in coastal ecosystems and marine blue carbon in open ocean systems. There is a substantial expectation that carbon sequestration and carbon storage will become a significant economic opportunity, part of the blue economy. This has not yet happened for a whole variety of reasons. This is more on the horizon, but there is an expectation that ecosystem carbon storage will become a part of the mitigation aspects of the blue economy. Under adaptation, construction. Construction may be the most important adaptation industry, and we've got to be redefined in a whole bunch of different ways. One is ecosystem restoration. I mentioned wetlands restoration. Coastal protection. We know that hard armoring of coastal systems is not a very good idea in many cases, because the hard armoring simply displaces the energy of the ocean and accelerates the erosion in neighboring spots. So increasingly, a great deal of work is being done in natural infrastructure and hybrid engineered and natural systems. And this is, in fact, one of the big technology opportunities. And finally, resilient infrastructure, resilient roads, water systems, sewer systems, and property, houses, businesses, and so on. All of that is going to require a redefinition and much more fine-tuned look at the construction industry in the blue economy. I mentioned vessel design and construction, all designed to increase the energy efficiency. And finally, government expenditures. Most of the blue economy accounts include government expenditures, but do not separate out those directly related to climate change, mitigation, or adaptation in the ocean space. And this brings up a really important point, which is that our ocean accounting systems, both the system of national accounts-based system that accounts for national income, and the ecosystem services, right now are very meager in their ability to track climate-related issues, mitigation or adaptation. And one of the big agenda items for those of us in the ocean accounting field is going to be an ocean accounting system that is able to track climate change and what we do about it. Under technologies, information technologies, everybody is into information technologies and big data. There are ocean monitoring. It has hugely increased around the world in the form of the ocean observing systems. Massive data systems are in place. Increasingly sophisticated ocean models, including now artificial intelligence applications. Biological technologies. There's a lot of research in pharmaceuticals for aquaculture because of the expectation that aquaculture will take on more from captive fisheries. Hybrid coastal protection systems and renewable energies are just some of the other technologies that are key. And sustainability. So what about sustainability of industries? How are we going to sustain fisheries and aquaculture given changes in ocean temperature and chemistry? How are we going to maintain coastal infrastructure on which the fisheries and aquaculture industries depend? Working waterfronts. Marine transportation. How are we going to maintain the coastal infrastructure that's needed for marine transportation? Tourism and recreation. Beaches are eroding at a ferocious rate because of sea level rise. Yet beaches are what draws most of tourism recreation in the ocean space. Marine research, on the other hand, is a very good example of an ocean industry that has got nowhere to go but up because of the amount of work that we need to do. But I must say, I'm continually asked, well, how do we know, how can we determine what we need to invest in all of these things. And as a former forecaster, I can only say that we cannot forecast how much is going to be needed in each of these areas. It's a difficult problem that is going to have to take its own course to work out. We need to talk about sustainability of people and places. For people, the vast majority of climate change for the next 2 decades will consist of extreme events. And that means we've got to deal with disaster management, which has 3 stages: preparation and planning, rescue and response, and recovery. And then, of course, do the cycle all over again. This suggests that disaster response and the elements of disaster response are part of the blue economy. We don't consider that right now. We don't include government expenditures or other expenditures for that purpose. But if we're talking about sustainability, particularly of coastal areas, given climate change, this is now part of the blue economy. Places are a difficult question because one of the things we see in all of the discussions about the sea level rise and flooding and storms and so on is the need to have a retreat from the shoreline, retreat from the coast. People do not want to retreat from the coast. They are going to cling to their shoreline properties around the world because that's where they live or where they recreate. We got to consider the places that are at risk for continued functionality from flooding, fire, and other natural hazards, health risks. A lot of the work on climate change consists of the risks to human health from, for example, extended periods of heat waves. There are economic factors at work too. So in the US, the hurricanes, fires, and so on are increasingly making it impossible to get insurance for properties in high hazard areas. No insurance, no lending. And all of a sudden, it's entirely possible that major sections of the country could, in fact, go without any mortgage lending and would essentially end the economy of those areas. There are locational costs. Putting houses on beaches is different putting houses on rocky shorelands. And finally, we got to get to the stage where we have to recognize that in some places, climate change will so alter the natural and economic feasibility of living in places that there will be substantial depopulation. And most of the work in this area suggests that most of the depopulation will occur because younger people with more resources will leave, leaving an older, less mobile, less capable responding population behind. We know that sea level rise, whatever we do, is going to reshape geographies. The coastline that you see today will not be the coastline that you will see 30 or 40 years from now. The coastline will be different. Whether it's still functional or not is another question. The same thing is true in river valleys and estuarine systems. It doesn't stop at the shoreline because the systems, the weather systems and the hazards that not only are functioning with substantial storm surge, but also substantial rain events. That picture I showed you from North Carolina was a place where something like 45 centimeters of rain fell in 24 hours. So what does a climate-adjusted blue economy look like? Well, the first thing we have to recognize is the baseline is constantly shifting. We are going to forever, in our sustainability efforts, be chasing a continually evolving set of ecological conditions that are always going to be shifting, and that there is going to be no stable baseline to which the blue economy wants to return. The ocean is a home for big data, so we will monitor this better. We have capabilities to monitor data, but as big as the data is today, something like a terabyte of data is added about the oceans on a daily basis, is still not big enough. Our responses will constantly lag. Our governance structures are not built for rapid response of the kind that climate change will pose to us. And we need to get our resource and other governance systems much more capable of responding to the changes that climate change will introduce, or we will be so far behind that it's almost impossible to catch up. Ocean accounts must measure climate change consequences, reactions, and shifts. And this has to be done in both the national income accounting side and in the ecosystem accounting side. And a number of my colleagues will probably speak to that issue. Climate change's direction is known. It's up. Temperatures are up. But we know neither the pace nor the extent. And because of that, an economist named Bill Nordhaus coined the term the climate casino. We're really making bets. We live in a risk-dominated world with climate. And one of the things we know about people in risk is that we are terrible judges of risk. So we've got a lot of work to do to understand not only what the underlying physical dynamics and socio-ecological, socioeconomic dynamics are, we've got to get people to understand the risks and make choices accordingly. And finally, the blue economy must make as large a contribution as possible to GHG reductions, or these will be remembered as the good old days. So I'm going to stop that. I hope that this is of some use. I will provide the presentation to Professor Attree, who can distribute it as he sees fit. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but it's a really interesting and challenging time at this intersection between the blue economy and climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Corrigan. And everybody listened. The idea, basically, I won't be intervening too much because there is a long list and all are eminent. But I think the interaction of climate change with blue economy sets the agenda to achieve this sustainability in future. And it is going to affect the people, prosperity, peace, and everything, whether it is in Indo-Pacific or in IORA. So the Professor Corrigan is from the Middlebury Institute, and we have a MOU with Middlebury Institute that is for the information of all the students gathered over here. So the presentation will be shared with you. Those who are interested can contact me. So now I invite the another speaker, Dr. John Warden, who is the Director, Ocean and Coastal Policy Program, Nicholas School of Environment, Duke University, Durham, USA. So he's joining online. So Dr. Warden, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Attree, and good day, everybody. It's an honor to join you all. Like Charlie said, I'm also very sorry I can't do it in person, but I'm honored to get to speak to you just briefly, and I will try to be brief as I know you have a lot of speakers, but I wanted to share a little bit as I get started here, and let me just, my apologies, let me just see how I best find my presentation here, but I may just speak to it actually, to be quite honest, be a little bit easier. But I wanted to speak just a few minutes, and I'm also happy to share slides following the three themes that Charlie laid out about looking at the blue economy, thinking about how we account for it, ocean accounting, and thinking about the interactions with climate change. And I just wanted to share with you really briefly a study that looks at really who are the largest users or stakeholders potentially, certainly the largest employers in the blue economy, small scale fisheries, probably one of the oldest occupations in the blue economy, perhaps most affected by climate change, and often least captured by our accounting systems. And so that's why a number of us have been participating over the last few years, trying to get a sense of really what hasn't been measured well before. How much do small scale fisheries account to sustainable development? How much do they contribute to society? How would they start to figure into not only some of the measures that we try to capture with ocean accounting, but broader measures that we may try to capture for sustainable development as a whole.
Puis il a hésité trop d'y aller, par contre. Voilà. Quelqu'un a tant d'y aller, non, on va y aller.
Excuse me, sorry. So let me continue. There we go. So I wanted just to share with you. I'm just going to spend a couple minutes sharing to you. This is a study that over 800 contributors worked on for 5 or 6 years, called Illuminating Hidden Harvest. It's a study led by FAO, Duke University, where I am, and World Fish. And what we tried to do was essentially to collect existing data, to collect secondary data into a shared research protocol database on a diverse set of contributions of small-scale fisheries to sustainable development, ranging from what you might typically expect in terms of employment, total production yields, revenues from production, more broadly to nutrients, nutrition, the role of gender in small-scale fisheries, to try to get a much bigger picture of this. This took us a long time because, again, many governments aren't accounting for their fisheries this way. They're not disaggregating between large and small scale, although there are vast differences around the world in the scale of operations of these fisheries. And this is the reason we have international policies geared just towards small scale fisheries, the voluntary guidelines for small scale fisheries. And much of the global movement on small scale fisheries has actually originated out of India and along the coast there. So we've been trying to get a better sense of the unique characteristics of these small scale fisheries and ensure that what hasn't been counted counts in decision making for the blue economy. And so I'll just share with you a few headline numbers, because this is a big numbers study. We collected data, existing data from 58 countries around the world that account for, according to FAO, roughly 2/3 of fish catch. And then on that basis, modeled the results to the global level. And from there, what we found, just to go through this briefly, is that overall, we estimate that 40% of the world's fisheries catch comes from small scale fisheries. We estimated that 60 million people are employed in small scale fisheries around the world. And on top of that, one data point that we found that was quite interesting, we hadn't had before, but we mined the national household surveys, labor force surveys, household income and expenditure surveys, and estimated from that 53 million people were engaged in subsistence fishing for some duration of time throughout the year. Perhaps not much, but typically dipping in and out of the fisheries for subsistence as part of a multi-occupational, a pluralist livelihood strategy, as these fisheries essentially focus as a safety net for people in times of shocks, some of the shocks that Charlie mentioned before. And then on top of that, 60 million people employed in small scale fisheries around the world, another 53 million engaged in subsistence fishing. If you look at the number of people living in their households, an additional 379 million people in these households of those employed or engaged in subsistence fishing, where we said overall 492 million people around the world could be said to depend at least partially on participation in small scale fisheries, both marine and inland. And these accounted for about 90% of all fisheries employment in the world. Total revenues from the first sale of small scale fisheries catch amounted to 77 billion, which in terms of revenues places small scale fisheries pretty squarely in the middle of the revenues of some of the large or kind of what we think of traditional blue economy industries. Certainly far, far smaller than, say, offshore oil and gas, container shipping, but on pace with offshore wind or cruise tourism, for example. So actually suggesting that in aggregate, small scale fisheries are relatively large and significant in the blue economy by a number of different metrics we might use. Overall, 4 out of 10 people participating in small scale fisheries are women, and not just in the post-harvest stage after the fish is caught and is where we traditionally think of, but also in the harvesting stage, in fishing stage, in pre-harvest and preparing operations for fishing. And then lastly, when we start to try to understand the nutrient composition of different species and realize how healthy and nutritious a number of fish species are, and then translate the volume of fish caught into the availability of key micronutrients for health in a lot of the world, we find that, for example, 477 million women globally could be supplied with over 20% of the recommended nutrient intake of calcium, selenium, and zinc, key micronutrients for health, from the catch of small scale fisheries. 987 million women globally could be supplied with about half of their recommended nutrient intake of omega-3 fatty acids, another key micronutrient. Just to give you a sense of the contribution that small scale fisheries can make to health and nutrition, again, often not necessarily captured in some of the accounting metrics we might be using. So you put all this together, you see 40% of the global fish catch from small scale fisheries, 492 million people at least partially dependent upon work in small scale fisheries. 40% of people engaged in small scale fisheries are women. You see the particularly nutritious source of food coming from a lot of small scale fisheries around the world. And it just gives us a better picture of what we've called these hidden harvests, again, that are often not captured in our accounting systems because these production systems, these aquatic food production systems, are often informal and not captured in a lot of the measures that we use. Maybe rural, may not be, but often are informal and not captured. So I wanted to share with you a little bit, just some of the headline numbers from this study. It was certainly much longer than we would have liked. As I said, it's been about the last 5 or 6 years that we've been working on, but we're now getting the results out there. The report is available. Happy to share that. I'll share that with Professor Atri, share the presentation of that report, any materials with it. But I just wanted to take a few minutes in this conference to share some of these results so that, as we think about blue economy industries, as we think about trying to account for some of the changes that Charlie mentioned and how rapidly this blue economy is shifting, that we are also centered a little bit on some of the people that make up this blue economy and some of the largest group of people in the blue economy who are often those that are heard from the least or counted the least, and certainly in many cases might be marginalized in the decision making about the blue economy and its governance. So I'll stop there. Again, with thanks for inviting me today. It's been a real honor and pleasure, and look forward to hearing about the rest of the conference and, of course, staying in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And your presentation basically emphasized how the small-scale fisheries are going to be included, and the study which you have made over the last 5-6 years to share with me, and looking forward doing some joint project with you and Charlie in this area. So thank you very much, because I know it is midnight there and you are there. That shows the commitment, and that is basically, I'm telling my students and the faculty members, that is the golden opportunity. So thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you. The next speaker, who is the guest of honor, Dr. Bain Milligan. He is the Director, Sustainable Development Reform Hub, University of New South Wales, Australia. So you are welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Atri, and distinguished guests, colleagues. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be contributing to your discussions. And my remarks are going to focus on the challenge of organizing data for decision-making around sustainable ocean development, and in particular, building of national systems to that end, to reveal some of the realities that John was mentioning that are so critical to decision making, and also to accommodate some of the responses to critical challenges like Professor Colgan was mentioning in the face of climate change. I have a presentation prepared, but I see in the Google Meet it's not possible currently for me to enter presenter mode. So I don't know, Professor, if it's possible to correct that. If not, I'm very, very happy to proceed verbally.
Fine, no problem.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I think I've just found a solution, so please bear with me for a few minutes. Oh, a few seconds, not a few minutes. There we are. Are people seeing my slides? Excellent. That appears to be the case. Brilliant. Okay, so what I'm going to focus on, there's a key word that's commonly used now in the international community for bringing together organized data and statistics in standardized ways for decision making about ocean development, and that term is ocean accounts. The capacity I'm speaking in today is as Secretariat Director of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, which I'll talk about in a minute. And that is a global community of practice, governmental and other stakeholders, really focused on this challenge of ocean accounts and how countries confront the very significant, but getting easier every day, challenge of giving decision makers the information they need for the future they want for our ocean. So let me proceed to the next slide. Almost every country with a policy interest in the ocean and coastal development connected to the ocean has some kind of accelerated economic development objective. And this manifests in lots of different contexts as strengthening the ocean economy or improving maritime GDP or improving well-being for different populations. But it's quite a universal feature of policy discourse in many countries, including, of course, in India. And one of the major challenges is how you balance that short-term growth, jobs, and immediate outcome imperative with long-term development pathways. How do we achieve short-term outcomes whilst also building wealth in the long term, not just growth, so the assets on which growth depends on, so we don't undermine the ability of future generations to meet their own needs? In other words, how do we achieve sustainable economic development? And we can't do that without very interconnected considerations of different factors. There is the equity and livelihoods dimension, which John was speaking to just a moment ago. There are confronting macro scale challenges like the one that Charlie was mentioning before of climate change, also biodiversity loss, pollution, coastal land use change, employment, and how do we build the diverse infrastructures and capacities we need to deliver sustainable development related to the ocean or any other aspect of the environment. So this is a really complex challenge. And one of the assets, often underappreciated, that is foundational for meeting that challenge is ecology. So marine and coastal ecosystems are rightly characterized as not just something you balance with development or trade off with development in the traditional sustainable development conception. They're a critical underpinning of that. And the reason they are is because they provide good services and life support functions that we can't do without in many cases for all of the social and economic systems that we rely on. And none of these points are controversial in principle. They're strongly recognized in G20 outcome statements at a political level. They're found very strongly in the Sustainable Development Goals, in the Convention on Biological Diversity and the recent Global Biodiversity Framework, many other instruments. So in principle, this is all well understood and appreciated. But actually operationalizing this is incredibly difficult at different scales. It's incredibly difficult empirically, finding what the right course is from a quantitative measurement perspective or a qualitative measurement perspective. And it's also difficult in terms of the dynamic balancing of different legitimate interests. So Charlie described before the need for much more agile decision-making if we're going to achieve sustainable development. So these are some of the broader imperatives we're dealing with all over the world. And how are ocean accounts relevant to this? Our current national statistical systems only emphasize a narrow range of outcomes. So you will hear reported in the news economic growth outcomes or employment outcomes, or in discourse around technocratic discourse around economic development, what are the different value adds and economic efficiencies of different economic sectors? So these national statistical systems that produce GDP and other indicators are extraordinarily sophisticated. They are built on many decades of hard intellectual work and hard applied work by many people. And they are good at what they were designed to do, but what they were designed to do is mismatched with the modern realities of sustainable development. And as a result of that, we need to broaden them out. And the way that gets described commonly is in different policy discussions internationally is we need to measure what matters for sustainable development. And also we need to go beyond GDP. So not as a criticism inherently of GDP, just as an appreciation that we need to contextualize or otherwise modify the scope of GDP if we are going to make better decisions at a strategic level around sustainable development. And so what ocean accounts do very practically, or seek to do, is take relevant international statistical standards, in particular the system of national accounts, currently under very active revision, the system for environmental economic accounting, which has discrete natural resources and ecological components now, and use those as the basis for a framework that connects the richness of local data, the richness of national data, and the richness of global data to build that together in a way and mainstream it into national decision-making about how we move forward regarding ocean development. And the diagram I'm showing you on screen here is taken directly from one of the framing documents from a group of world leaders. It's currently 17 heads of government who get together in a club called the High Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy. And the way they conceive of this, which I'm showed in this diagram, is that for any ocean-based decision-making, you have social and cultural considerations, you have economic development strategies, you have environmental management considerations, and all of those manifest concretely in space. So there are hard spatial decisions that need to be made, and you need to make planning decisions around whether you develop offshore energy or protect small-scale fisheries or maximize coastal tourism infrastructure. All of these rich, interconnected choices that decision makers have to grapple with, those occur in policy context. They're enabled by finance. And the way ocean accounts are described, at least in this forum, is they are sitting underneath that as a trusted reference for how we think about decision making related to ocean development, in the same way that national accounts are trusted components of strategic discussions around the macro economy. So it's about broadening out national accounts so they do a better job of describing the diverse features related to the ocean. There are now a growing range of very specific political commitments to develop ocean accounts. So the Sustainable Development Goals back in 2015 have quite a lot to say in target 15.9 around mainstreaming nature into decision making. Then there's also target 17.19 on developing measures of progress beyond gross domestic products, the agenda I was talking about before. At the UN Ocean Conference in 2022, there were a range of commitments agreed around organisation of data and indicators and national capacity building for recognising values of nature in decision making. That has evolved since then, looking forward to the 2025 Oceans Conference in Nice, to a specific journey and preparatory negotiating agenda on ocean accounts that has been announced by the government of Costa Rica as co-chair of the summit. I mentioned before the high-level ocean panel heads of government commitments on valuing the ocean as a foundation of sustainable ocean plans. And there's also a Convention on Biological Diversity Decision 1524 agreed in Montreal at the last conference of the parties, which includes a specific commitment to developing ocean accounting as a foundation of conservation and management of marine and coastal natural resources. So we're seeing this appreciation percolate upwards into the political agenda. And part of the reason this is happening is that there is a diverse range of national policy drivers for ocean accounting. What I mean by that is there are different reasons why governments are finding ocean accounting practically useful to suit immediate decision-making demands. And there are very diverse drivers of this, just as there is a diversity of needs across countries. So how are ocean accounts starting to be deployed within national government systems? So one area of strong demand is the need to quantify and track dependencies of social and economic activity on nature, in this case, marine and coastal nature. So how is, for example, a certain economic sector dependent on specific ecosystems in different locations? How does a community depend on certain mangroves for shoreline protection, to pick one example? Another demand driver is the need to quantify integrated sustainable development outcomes of financial investments. So if governments are deciding to commit hard-earned public investment into different development activities, whether that's investment in infrastructure or investment in social protection programs, understanding what the broad-based sustainable development outcomes of those are and being able to track them at scale is an issue of interest to many different countries. Providing a coherent evidence base for marine protected areas designation and management. How do we move beyond reactive conservation or sustainable management of marine areas to an approach which optimizes flows of benefits to people or other kinds of relevant considerations? That extends, and you'll hear about this in further detail in the next presentation, I think, to a driver of ocean accounting which looks at how it can underpin marine spatial planning and integrated coastal zone management. In many cases, those kinds of processes involve a negotiation between different interest groups, and having an ability to technically understand some of the outcomes of different spatial planning decisions and track those through time is of significant interest in a growing number of countries. Revealing livelihood and social implications of decision making. I'd like to call out again the really important issue of small scale fisheries, and the study that you just heard about was an amazing intellectual achievement in terms of identifying and starting to quantify the scale of what we're missing in national accounts and other government systems. The next challenge, an ocean accounts implementation challenge, is empowering countries to actually do that on a regular basis. So implement the study you just heard about, but in a way that suits their national circumstances. And as a concrete example of that, Tonga actually has just approved a program to develop national accounts on small scale and artisanal fisheries specifically. And then finally, a rapidly growing interest in how ocean accounting can underpin better design of multilateral development finance. So how do you generate the evidence you need for better Asian Development Bank or World Bank investment that really targets nature with due recognition of how it's important for development? Also, how the private sector can start to mobilize around investment in sustainable development outcomes at scale. Institutional investor capital at very large scale has a metrics challenge in terms of being able to understand how you can deploy capital right down to a local level and aggregate financial standards compatible reporting from a local level all the way up to institutional investor scale. There's a scale gap that prevails a lot of ocean finance discussions, and there's a lot of interest in that context in accounting to, for example, track the outcomes of hundreds of small scale projects so that a pension fund, for example, might be able to create structures that enable investment in many small scale projects rather than those being invisible to someone operating at pension fund scale. We have to recognize as well that this agenda is very new. The term ocean accounting itself was only really coined in 2019. There's been a lot of progress since then, but it relies on champions of this issue in working really at the practical end of decision making within government at an operational level, on political supporters, on research specialists like you will hear from during this agenda and have already heard from. And the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership tries to varying degrees to link that all together. So I represent the Secretariat. The partnership itself, which is chaired by the Government of Indonesia and also Charles Darwin Foundation of Ecuador, has 38 institutional members, mostly national governments, and represented in an Indian context by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, who are members with an interest in expanding their national environmental accounts. There's very strong and growing engagement on this issue across the Indian Ocean region. So I've listed some countries who all have different versions of ocean accounting programs on screen. And there's progressive regionalization of this. So Indonesia and Vietnam are in early stages of formally establishing an ASEAN collaboration framework on ocean accounting. There's also governance developments regionally in Africa, which I won't speak to because others on the call are much better qualified to do so. And this speaks, I think, a very personal view here, to strong future opportunities for connecting the emergent discussion on this issue in India, which includes work by MOSPI, but also collaborations between the World Bank and Ministry of Earth Sciences on an ocean accounts framework, and all of the rich technical expertise that is really evident in the agenda that Professor Atri and colleagues have pulled together. How do we connect that with some of the other emerging momentum in other countries in the region, and also building on some of the concrete outcomes from the Bali Global Dialogue on Sustainable Ocean Development, which was held in Indonesia in July and included a combination of ministerial discussions, technical training, working groups, a whole range of activity that really brought the global community together. One of our challenges as a Secretariat is how do we capitalize on this momentum to really enrich collaborative links related to the Indian Ocean and connecting the Indian community of practice and interested parties into that. So we really welcome your guidance on those points and remain at your disposal. So thanks very much for your indulgence. I'll stop there and hand back to you, Professor Atri and colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Bain, for your insightful talk and the future program. I do assure that the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, will be very active in organizing such a workshop on the pattern of Bali, Indonesia, and I will be in touch with you, and we can discuss it in a separate Skype meeting, which we'll be having after the conference. And thank you very much, sir. And now I invite the next speaker, that is Dr. Jordan Bukatan. Is he here? Yes, he is there. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Atri, and thank you, distinguished guests. So I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can see the PowerPoint. Is that correct? perfect. So, just building on the discussions from Ben. So my name is Jordan, also from the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership Secretariat. And I'd like to share a specific focus on how ocean accounting can build on a specific theme, that is marine spatial planning or any spatial planning. And so Ben and other speakers have given a very good understanding of the international fora and how ocean accounting is building on that. So such as international commitments, international legislations and policies. And we'll hear in the next speaker examples from Indonesia. But the thing that's in common across all of these are the goals and the targets. And how we reach those goals and targets is through various frameworks and levers that we can employ, such as the blue economy, marine protected areas, or marine spatial planning. And so marine spatial planning in particular will impact how the environment, the economy, society, the different activities are implemented in the ocean space, and therefore impact these different components in specific ways. And so by measuring these different components, we can have indicators that help us understand our progress towards our goals and targets, whatever they may be. And so ocean accounting, as Ben mentioned, is formed from 3 key UN standards. So the system of national accounts that describes economic activity. We have the system of environmental economic accounting, and that's split into 2 different guidance. One is the thematic flows, water, energy, solid wastes, for example. And about 90 countries have done that over the last update. And then just recently in 2021, we have ecosystem accounting, and over 60 countries have done that. And the biggest difference between the two, there is land accounting in the central framework, but there is in ecosystem accounting, it's really challenging practitioners, statisticians, to consider the spatial domain. So we need to now understand where are ecosystems, what is the health of those ecosystems. And that's something that hasn't necessarily been dealt with by statistical officers. And so this is an expansion, I guess, of the diagram that Ben just showed, where we're thinking of ocean accounts as the knowledge foundation, where all of the data are aggregated and organized so that they feed into various policies, but also enable finance for these policies and actions. And then also measuring the progress, or the impact rather, of our spatial planning. So I'm just going to quickly go through ecosystem accounting to show you its relevance. And so ecosystem accounting has different modules or accounts within it, such as the extent, so how much of an ecosystem do we have, the condition, what is the health of that ecosystem, and then the services going to society and the economy. And the key thing about this standard is that it talks to existing accounts or aligns with existing accounts, national accounts that measure the economy. And so we have ecosystem services in both physical, so for example, the tons of fish caught, and also monetary, so the dollar or the rupee value. Let's take a practical example. You have prominent coastal vegetation, such as a mangrove, and you have mud crab within those mangrove, and you can catch the crab. And then that provides value either in dollars, or you can measure it in kilos. And of course, that can also provide jobs and income. And so with these accounts, you can start to answer a range of questions, such as how much of the catch relies back on the habitat of the mud crab, the mangrove. Or if you have, for example, chosen to remove the mangrove for a coastal development, say a tourism development, for example, what is the trade-off that you've made in terms of fishing jobs and income? And so the policy demand really is to understand in an integrated way the ocean domain, and as Ben mentioned, beyond GDP. So let's move now just briefly to marine spatial planning and defining marine spatial planning, it's the allocation, both spatial and temporal, of human activities in the marine area. So we need to understand where are our marine resources, and then we need to understand who uses the different marine resources, so the dependencies. And we also have to recognize that our activities, some of them, impact back on our ocean resources, so trawling, for example. And so we need to understand both dependencies and impacts, which we can achieve in part through ocean accounts. So as practitioners will know, there's quite a few challenges when it comes to marine spatial planning. You could have tourism overlaid with coral. You would have renewable energy that might intersect with traditional fishing grounds. Mariculture is of great interest. So how do we balance all of these different activities with the ecosystems present? This is just very briefly, in case we're not familiar, the marine spatial planning process. And I've highlighted in green here the key steps that could be assisted by ocean accounts, although many of the stages could. So you begin with a planning process, maybe scenarios, then you complete that plan and implement as well. And then you have a specific amount of time where you adapt the plan to changing conditions. And the key barriers to this are data availability, aligning often conflicting policies between sectors or perhaps with the sector and the environment, and also participation in the planning process. Now, there's a few papers now on the intersection between marine spatial planning and ocean accounting. I just happen to have written 2 of them, but this is the overall diagram. I'm not going to go through this large one. I'll just go through this more condensed diagram where you have marine spatial planning, where you're formulating or you're looking at the scope, the formulation, and then the implementation. And on another side, you have ocean accounting, which is the structured ocean data. And you can see from this diagram that they're quite synergistic, or they complement each other quite nicely, where one is the data foundation, as I mentioned earlier, and the other is implementation. And you can have policy targets that are informed by ocean accounting and that are enacted by marine spatial planning. And both can be, there could be a feedback mechanism where ocean accounting helps evaluate progress towards targets, so understanding if the marine spatial plan is progressing towards that target. The other key thing here I'll draw your attention to is in the middle, where we have that data sharing. Because at the moment, marine spatial planning, a lot of the data collection is reactive. We're trying to find data to fit into the plan. But if we had an organized way, a system of collecting data and understanding where the gaps are, then perhaps we can more easily produce these plans and evaluate them over time. So at the moment, there are only 2 countries with an early policy intersection between marine spatial planning and ocean accounting, and I invite you to read the other paper as well, and I'll put that into the chat. But these 2 policy frameworks are quite emergent, and this was almost 3 years ago now, and I expect we'll see more countries implementing both ocean accounting and marine spatial planning, as we're already seeing in the IORA region. So with that, just in terms of conclusions, ocean accounts provides that link between the different environmental, social, and economic data. It presents evidence to build upon a spatial plan and allows for a more holistic view rather than just solely economic indicators as the basis for marine spatial planning. So with that, thank you, and I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you, Professor Atri.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan, for your insightful presentation. And I'm well aware of the time constraint. Not commenting more, I just invite Anisha Roswadenia from Indonesia to make her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see my presentation. Yeah, I just want to continue our discussion on the use of ocean accounts to support the national policy in Indonesia. And I think the previous presenters also have already mentioned about the urgency and also the roles of ocean accounts for the development. And in this occasion, I would like to present our lesson learned related to the ocean accounts use for the policy and related regulation to support ocean management in Indonesia. My name is Anisha Rosdiana. I'm from Rekam Nusantara Foundation, an NGO in Indonesia who is also the member of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. So the ocean accounts is particularly stated within the regulation in Indonesia. It is mandated by the laws how the ocean accounts can measure the natural assets, especially for the coastal assets in Indonesia, and how the ocean accounts also support the management of these areas, including how the management into the welfare of society. In between, the ocean accounts also part of the global commitment to measuring the successful of sustainable development goals. For example, the SDGs 14 life below waters. Indonesia, we are highly committed to implement the ocean accounts, and the current process already previously already mentioned by Dr. Ben in the Global Dialogue on Sustainable Ocean Development. The high-level government of Indonesia already launched the Ocean Accounts Initiative. It is actually a journey which began from 2020. So within this presentation, I would like also to highlight our process, how we can implement the ocean accounts until the ocean accounts part of the policy applications. The first is the initial development. In the first stage, we developed the scoping assessment to understand the urgency, the current situation, and what kind of implementation that need to be prioritized. For instance, Indonesia has a huge coastal areas. In between, there are several institutions to be involved in the management, and a lot of data already established, but still it's spread across institution. That's why ocean account is needed to integrate all of this data and indicator, particularly for the environment, social, and the economic aspects. And in order to progress our initiative, we also develop a roadmap, how we determine our priority, which stakeholders that should be involved, and what kind of activities need to be done. And the first pilot was also conducted between institutions to test whether this ocean account should be implemented. And the first pilot was conducted within the marine protected areas. These are the pilots that already conducted in Indonesia. The ocean accounts already tested for the marine protected areas, also tested for the fisheries management through the fisheries accounting, and also for marine spatial planning. We also conducted pilots, for instance, the ocean accounts to assess the blue carbon ecosystem and so on. And for the pilots in the MPS, we also highlighted several modules to understand which module that particularly needed to be done. And we are focusing mostly on the ecosystem assets. In several areas, we also tested the module flows to the economy and flows to the environment and also ocean governance to understand the impact of economic activities for the areas in economically and also environmentally aspects. This is the illustration how we use the ocean accounts to track the flow of services. By the ecosystem extent accounting, we understand the assets in the areas and then also how this area change over time. And we also map the ecosystem services. For instance, the MPA has certain area for fish nursery and it can give benefit to people through the fish and also generated income. This diagram below also show the illustration how much the activities also generating inputs from the environment and also what kind of impact by the term of waste from these activities. In general, the ocean accounts also support our effort to manage the marine protected areas, for instance, to understanding the effective management for the governance and also the benefit of protection, as Indonesia also highly committed to achieve the global goals on protecting the oceans. So we would like to understand whether the current management measure is effective or need to be enhanced, and also how we can distribute the benefit from the MPA to the society. And the other relevant pilots also, we tested the ocean accounts to fisheries management, and then we also use the ocean accounts to assess the interaction between the policy or marine spatial planning, for instance, and the blue carbon management. The first, related to the fisheries management, we map the asset of the ecosystem at a certain area to understand the linkage between the ecosystem and also the fish stock and how these fisheries activities can generate the revenue for the people and also what kind of impact generated from these activities to the environment. This pilot also enlarged to more wider areas. We call it the fisheries management areas, which consists of different provincial to understand the asset of fisheries in these areas. And after that, we also use the ocean accounts to support Indonesia's commitment for the global climate mitigation and adaptation. As Indonesia have huge areas of mangrove and also seagrasses, we use the ocean accounts to map this blue carbon ecosystem throughout the time so we can understand the carbon stock, the ecosystem services, and their change due to policy scenarios. It is also one of the huge impact in the term of long-term strategy of global climate change. And in particular, we also assess and map the ecosystem extent from two different times so we can understand the change of ecosystem asset, for instance, the coral reef, seagrass, and also mangrove. We conduct this counting through the satellite image analysis, and then conducting the mapping, digitation through model builder, and so on. So we can understand which part have huge change within the different times. In between, to deliver this all information, we also develop dashboard which can be accessed publicly. So the dashboard is intended to inform what kind of asset that we have and what is the state of the asset, how much feedstock that we have, how many coastal areas covered by seagrass, for instance, and it gives the decision maker information in which area that should be more concerned related to the investment, for instance, and so on. So the dashboard also added with the system dynamic feature to predict the investment impact based on the data of ocean accounts. And the data also can be updated regularly, so the decision makers can also have more better understanding prior to make the management measures. I think the last thing that I would like to highlight that from Indonesia we can learn some key takeaways from the Ocean Accounts Initiative. The first, Ocean Accounts is very effective to mapping the ecosystem assets and their change across the space and time. And the second, the Ocean Account also help us to measuring the utilization of ecosystem assets, the carrying capacity, and resources allocated for investment in the marine areas. And also the ocean accounts help us to recognize how much the limit of investment from our current utilization and what kind of future impact to the ecosystem and their assets. And the last thing is related to help us monitor the status and change of ecosystem condition, so it can help the decision makers to determine management measures and also evaluate the management effectiveness. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we would like to be in touch with you and sharing the Indonesian experience, how they set up their ocean accounting framework. So looking forward to be in touch with you, madam. Now, the next speaker is Professor Francisco Di Pola from Italy. The floor is yours, sir. Hello. Professor Di Pola, are you hearing me? Hello.
I can hear you. Yeah. Hi.
Please go. Yeah.
Can I start?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good morning to all the presenters. I'm making my presentation is a bit more technical if we compare my presentation to the other one, but I will try to do my best in terms of my speech. I think that I don't want to use difficult way of speaking. Can you hear me?
We are hearing you.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Can you see my monitor?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I would like just to have a speech about the climate resilient activities in the sense of I would like to speak about some our tools that we have implemented during these years facing the urban resilience in enhancement using some green measures related to climate resilient activities. Well, climate change, we know that in the last report of IPCC in 2023, there is written that the influence of man is unequivocally. Why? Because the planet's temperature is rising due to the greenhouse gases that human activities release into the atmosphere in a very large quantity, which is the effects. Effects are related to extreme weather events, heat waves, drought, and sea level rise. In this picture, we can see the over a century of global warming. This is as an animation in which we can see that we will deal with a further rise of between 3 or 4 degrees in the future, in the next 30 years, if we cannot do anything. Another important aspect, I think that in India you have this problem. You know that I have been in Chandigarh last year, and I think that there are a lot of urban heat islands because climate change is very influenced by the characteristic of urban areas. In fact, the reduction of the evapotranspiration in urban areas due to the loss of vegetation for soil sealing and the increased absorption of energy from the sun to dark asphalt or concrete surfaces, roofs, and stones contribute significantly to the effect of increasing temperature over city center in a very crowded city town. The effects are extreme events and also heat waves. How acting? Well, this is a very nice picture of water square of Bentham Plain in Rotterdam, and we can act by use these best management practices, also known as low impact development practices. They are an opportunity to create areas that can be used by citizens in their daily life, an opportunity for urban regeneration and social innovation. Which are these LEED? Green roofs that are measures applied on the coverage of building with the vegetation on the top of the building, rain barrels, porous pavement, and bioretention cells that are systems obtained by creating depressed flower beds that intercept rainwater through the planting of vegetation and shrubs on land above a draining bed. This is a square in Milan in which we can see a green roof. This is a very nice place. You see the social aspects linked to this structural measure. Which are so the targets of these measures? The targets are 3 most important. First of all, rainwater management. Second, urban regeneration. Third one, urban greening. So I would like just to show you a case study of my city, Naples, in which we have studied a very crowded zone. For example, this zone on these are all the historical development. This zone is called Fuori Grotta, in which there is the place of my university. I mean, the engineering faculty of my university. And we start from a spatial analysis that is based essentially on GIS analysis. I don't want to go in deep because I would like just to show you the results. We do some useful map for our study: permeability, urban drainage, DTM, subcatchment delineation. And this is a very terrible yetograph from 2001, the same that I showed you yesterday, that a lot of publication stated that there's 1,000, more than 1,000 return period. We have implemented a methodology in Visual Basic environment, also linked with SWIM software, and with an optimization methodology called Harmony Search.
Slides are not changing, in fact.
Slide is not changing.
Even the changing slides. Yeah, now it's
okay now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Is changed now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Sorry. So I would like just to show you from I have to start from which slide?
Not to worry, you can continue from where you really are now, right?
Okay. So with the spatial analysis, we can get all the information to run my tools. This tool is a totally automatic tool implemented in a Visual Basic environment that interface itself with the SWIM, and the solution methodology are implemented, the optimization methodology are implemented with the Harmony Search approach. That is an approach that mimic the JETS-based approach is made of improvisation, and by this improvisation we can generate solution, optimized solution. These are the Pareto analysis, the optimization front Pareto analysis of this methodology that given us for all the catchment depicted, all the lead and the quantity of lead that we have to use in order to reduce the flooded volume over urban areas, and so we can reduce all the hydraulic risk over urban areas. So we can benefit by these measures to reduce the hydraulic risk. Another important matter is the urban generation, the urban greening. You can see that this quarter for Grotta, after the implementing solution, we can do a very nice master plan. You saw this is the Napoli Stadium, Maradona Stadium, and all over the Maradona Stadium there is a very greening aspect. We can do a lot of this design if we have the right solution, the optimized solution to use. Another important aspect, I mean, for you is the tsunami. We have implemented a lot of, you know that the dynamics and characteristic of this event are completely different from those caused by wind. Well, the shape of tsunami waves is very different from that of sea waves. From a physical point of view, tsunami waves are characterized by very high wavelengths of the order of tens or hundreds of kilometers. In addition, tsunami waves are much faster than any wave produced by the wind. in the open sea, they can, in fact, even reach 700, 800 kilometers per hour. We have also take this figure is what happened in Indian Ocean in December 2004, the tsunami that shocked Indonesia. And we have tried to implement this phenomenon with another software called Flow2D software. That is a model that we can manage with a very good practice. And we have modeling this sort of event, tsunami, for Mahiburg city in Mauritius Island, showing the effect of a tsunami on this city. And we can have also, you see, an animation of what can do a tsunami over the coastline of this city. Very disruptive phenomenon that can be managed by barrier, that can be contrast by barrier and by some other facilities that we are going to study here. In my region, there would be a very great thing if IORA can perform an academy on digital technology, distributed monitoring, and information management for disaster and environmental risk assessment and prevention, linked to all those things that you are speaking about. I mean, linked to climate change scenario and analysis. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Dipola. And now basically the time constraint is there. I invite secondly, Ken Pindley, who is the specialist consultant on ocean accounting and governance from South Africa. The floor is yours, Professor. Hello? Are you there?
So Professor, all right, how much time you have? Just maybe you can summarize your presentation.
Hello? Yeah, please unmute.
Prof. Atri, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My apologies. Suddenly, the system would not allow my microphone to work. Thank you for your indulgence. Prof. Atri, as conference chair, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to, if I may, just share a screen. I'm just looking for the presentation. Please bear with me. My apologies. Thank you. Colleagues, good morning. Distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity. All protocol observed. I trust you can see my screen. What I'd like to do this morning is just to provide some thoughts on utilizing ocean accounts in ocean sustainable development within the Indian Ocean, particularly within the Western Indian Ocean, where we work. A lot of what I have prepared in this presentation has been touched on by previous speakers, particularly the interventions of Professor Colgan, Drs. Milligan and Gakutan. And so, Prof. Atri, I will move fairly quickly through this presentation because a lot of what I said, what I'm about to say, has been said already. We've heard a lot about oceans and blue economies and the way that nations and regions across the world are turning to their ocean space to advance ocean development for resource use, food, energy, and other resource use security, as well as employment opportunities, utilizing either ocean economy or blue economy approaches. We heard about ocean economies viewed particularly in terms of economic production and consumption, relating to sectors that operate in, on, or under the ocean, or associated with the ocean in terms of geographic or sectoral proximity. When we talk about blue economies, we really often are talking about aspects that are broader in scope, both geographically and in a transdisciplinary manner, in terms of the way that blue economies, particularly in Africa, often extend to inland waters, as well as the fact that blue economies usually advance sustainable and equitable approaches through production of current opportunities, equitable distribution of those opportunities, and the balancing of current and future opportunities in terms of sustainability. I'm in this talk going to be talking about ocean sustainable development versus sustainable ocean development, because I think it's important. When I talk about ocean sustainable development, I'm talking about global development that is ocean sustainable, rather than only development within the ocean that is sustainable. And I'm going to advance that ocean sustainable development is importantly underpinned by evidence-based and adaptive ocean governance. We heard a lot about, well, we heard from Jordan Gakutan a little bit about adaptive manners. And I think the adaptive ocean governance or the adaptive policy cycles within ocean governance space is particularly important in terms of reviewing and revising particular governance principles in order to particularly take into consideration rapid ocean change and rapid ocean resource use change. In relation to ocean governance, I'm going to argue that oceans are inherently self-governing. Oceans themselves are self-governing. It's the human use, resource use, and pressures on the ocean that require ocean governance within a very complex human-ocean nexus that includes environmental, social, and economic domains. Two important measurement aspects in ocean governance that we've heard about this morning. Professor Colgan talked about ocean change. This is ocean change in terms of the ocean environment, change in ocean resource uses, and particularly in terms of technological changes in the way we measure the ocean space. The other important aspect in terms of ocean governance is development in relation to sustainability and inclusivity. The social equity part of the equation is particularly important in often least and less developing economies where subsistence and informal economies form an integral part of the ocean resource uses. However, I'm also going to argue that mechanisms of integration of sustainability, of the economic, the social, and the environment are not well defined within the ocean space. Ocean governance is often about transdisciplinary trade-offs that require valuations to manage conflicts. And those valuations have often, as we've heard, been carried out through economic metrics of contribution of particular sectors to GDP. And I'm going to argue that we require a new integrated and transdisciplinary model process in order to advance sustainable ocean or ocean sustainable development. This model needs to include inclusivity and social equity. It needs to include environmental sustainability of natural capital. It needs to include the non-market values we obtain from the ocean space. And very importantly, it needs to include the cost of the pressures, the externalities, and the residuals that often arise from the particular economic sectors that we carry out within the ocean space. What I'm putting across here is that we need to optimize and balance economic production, environmental protection, and social prosperity, the 3 Ps that I'm going to be talking about. Probably slightly contentious, but I would also argue that we need to maximize the comprehensive wealth of the ocean, including all forms of ocean capital, the natural capital, the stocks and flows therefrom, the produced capital, the stocks and flows therefrom, including the technologies that Professor Colgan was referring to earlier, and in the human capital, including entrepreneurship, that is particularly important. However, it's important that we be able to measure. Without being able to measure something, it's incredibly difficult to manage something. And I'm going to put forward that we need measures of stocks within these systems, these capital systems, and flows between these systems. And that really, colleagues, is where ocean accounts comes into it. The measurements of stocks and flows within particular systems. Using ocean accounts to manage transdisciplinary ocean data across economic, environmental, and social domains using accounting principles that have structured and regular compilation of consistent and comparable information. It's particularly important, I think, to look at ocean accounts in terms of ocean accounts frameworks, the manner in which we can incorporate different systems, the system of national accounts that we heard of earlier, the system of environmental economic accounts, central framework approach for thematic accounts, as well as within the system of environmental economic accounts, ecosystem accounts framework. We draw on both recognize these systems that I've talked about and novel accounting systems within ocean accounts frameworks, particularly in relation to social accounting, where there are new and novel approaches being developed by the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership in the manner of incorporating social domains, social fabrics into accounting systems. I'm going to argue that an important part of this is relative metrics. It is not sometimes possible to measure everything, but if we can measure some things consistently over time, we can devise or develop relative metrics of change as benchmarked indicators. And through the measurement of flows between systems, we can integrate social, economic, and environmental approaches so that ocean accounts go beyond GDP in measurement. But I'm also going to advance that they go beyond natural capital accounting. Very often, putting forward or advancing ocean accounting, there's some resistance in terms of this is another form of natural capital accounting. I argue that ocean accounts go beyond natural capital accounting to balance ocean wealth and ocean health. That is particularly important. This is a very quick overview of the particular approaches we might use in ocean accounting, the natural capital accounts or the ecosystem accounts under the SEER that measures abiotic goods and services and environmental, or ecosystem services, and the flows of these through both market and non-market frameworks into economic aspects that we would measure through ocean economy satellite accounts or gross value add within the system of national accounts, and the flows of benefits to society in terms of social accounts. But equally important are the measures of the flows of the residuals, the flows of the pressures that change systems, that change the particular ecosystems from which we get ecosystem services, for example, resulting in reduced flows or reduced benefits into the future. Such reduction or compromisation of flows are managed and mitigated through ocean governance principles. And if we are to use ocean accounting within ocean governance, I think it's important or critical that we have governance accounts. This aspect here that allows us to identify what particular norms, rules, regulations, etc. we have in place in order to manage some of these resource uses and pressures in complex human-ocean interactions. Many of these systems have been developed for terrestrial environments, and I think a really important part about the development of nascent ocean accounts is the adaptation of these systems to ocean space in terms of three-dimensionality, in terms of flows, dynamic systems, and boundary porosity. Nothing in the ocean stays in its place the way that things do in the terrestrial environment. And we need to be very adaptive in the way that we look at transboundary flows and transdisciplinarity in this space. Ocean accounts have a really important place within ocean sustainable development because they provide a manner for data integration, including the breakdown of data silos. Very often national data is housed within different national authorities or national departments, resulting in a lack of sharing of ocean data that I feel that ocean accounts has the ability to break down those barriers. Ocean accounts also provides the opportunities for management of and interpretation to build ocean information and knowledge for the knowledge to policy interface. And I'm talking here about a knowledge to policy interface that goes beyond science to policy interface, because there are aspects of indigenous knowledge systems or other knowledge systems that are broader than the pure science to policy interface. We've heard a little bit about how important ocean accounts can be in terms of marine spatial planning, but I'm going to put forward that there are a number of other ocean governance instruments, including integrated coastal zone management, the management of marine protected areas, or even we heard about disaster risk response, where ocean accounts can play really important roles in terms of strategic decisions. They have a really critical place in regulatory decisions. They have an absolute place in terms of financial and investment decisions, and the strategic planning in ocean development in terms of investment and in terms of growth. Ocean accounts are also really useful in terms of reporting against agreed national and international commitments. But I talked a little bit about the importance of adaptive approaches, and I believe that ocean accounts provide you with the metrics or the framework in order to look at adaptive implementation of ocean governance, to revise and review what you have in place to ensure that your governance principles or your particular governance practices and products meet the changing ocean space in terms of ocean change in environments, in terms of ocean change in terms of resource uses, and in terms of ocean change in the measurements and the available information that you have in order to manage oceans through best practice. I think the really critical component that I want to put forward here in terms of ocean accounting is that ocean accounts do not replace other ocean governance instruments. They support and provide critical information bases for other ocean governance instruments in terms of marine spatial planning, marine protected area expansion, integrated coastal zone management, etc. I think we've also heard this morning that there are critical needs and requirements for regional approaches to ocean governance. And here I want to talk to some of the examples we've been looking towards within the Nairobi Convention and the uptake or the recent decision within the Conference of Parties, the 11th Conference of Parties, to include ocean accounting and natural capital accounting in ocean governance processes. And it's really, to me, really encouraging to see groups like this take on ocean accounting or look towards ocean accounting to underpin the other ocean governance instruments that we need for ocean sustainable development. Just to finish up quickly, I think some of the operational challenges that we've heard about I think it's particularly important that we utilize ocean accounts and ocean account data structure in terms of economic production, environmental protection, and social prosperity in order to manage an ocean data foundation in 3 central pillars or 3 central areas. One is in terms of ocean governance processes and products in adaptive policy cycles that are absolutely critical. And here I'm talking about the use of ocean accounts to support or supplement, as I've said, marine spatial planning, marine protected areas, or particular sectoral management approaches. I also feel that ocean accounting has a critical role to play in the resourcing of this arena through blue financing and to underpin blue financing. And in fact, to break down the marked structural gaps or the disjoint between ocean financing supply and demand, and the way ocean accounting can do that. And a third critical component that ocean accounting plays is in the development of indicators and information management systems that can be used in, really importantly here, in a transdisciplinary approach across economic, social, and environmental arenas. Through this, we can establish enabling economic environments, enabling policy and legal environments, the correct knowledge and technological integration, and the correct or the adequate stakeholder engagement and integration to ensure that countries meet international ocean commitments and reporting thereof, as well as their national or internal ocean development goals. Colleagues, that's a very, very quick overview. I think a lot of what I've put forward here has been said earlier, and I think some of this probably reinforces some of that. But I'd really like to thank you for the opportunity in being able to provide this presentation. A lot of what I've talked about now is the manner in which we advance ocean accounting within Africa under the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership Africa Community of Practice. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor. Now I invite Dr. Christine, the senior research from Norway. The floor is yours, madam. Please join.
Thank you, Professor Attry. I will try to set up my presentation correctly here now. Yes. Good morning and good afternoon, Professor Attry and distinguished guests. It's an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to participate here today. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we are hearing.
Yes, yes.
Yes, and now I'm also curious to see if I can move the slides. Let me see. I'm not so used to this. How do I make it move? Like this?
Christine, if you take your mouse to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there should be some arrows. It's the way I had to do it. So take your pointer to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
The left-hand corner, yes.
And there should be some 2 little arrows and should pop up in your PowerPoint.
Well, okay, now it works. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So now that worked out. Okay. So thank you very much. I'm very grateful to have been allowed to listen to all this great presentation this morning. So this has been very, very interesting. I wish I could have been there. I will talk a little bit about ocean management and ocean accounting in Norway. I'm in the research department at Statistics Norway. I also was a member of the Nature Risk Committee appointed by the government in Norway, and also I'm currently a member of the Climate Adaptation Committee, Governmental Climate Adaptation Committee. So there's been so much interesting material here today to look at. So I will just start with a little bit about my plans to really just talk about how we have been working with ocean management plans and the progress towards ocean accounting in Norway, and also some of the research and international cooperations that Norway have. Norway has integrated ocean management plans, which I think really resonates with what Ken mentioned in the previous presentation. This started in 2002, and these plans are updated every year, and every 4 years, and they involved stakeholders from all different aspects. So every 4 years there is a plan coming and then the next step is to implement it, and then it's to collect data, and then to update the knowledge base, and then every 4 years then we get a new management plan. And we have one management plan that is in English, and it's available online. So if there's interest into looking at that, feel free, or let me know if you need a link. And also, I think one thing that is important to emphasize when it comes to these integrated ocean management plans is that it's a very wide range of stakeholders involved in managing this work. There is a steering committee that that has members from 10 ministries that can decide what should be included and what should be in and out of the ocean management plans. Then they have a scientific advisory a group, and they have also a scientific group on providing all the information and really trying to contribute to actually writing the plan. The plan consists for 3 ocean areas, which are on the map. So they're not so into the coastal areas, but mostly the ocean areas. On the map to the right here, you can see all sorts of different colors on those 3 ocean areas that I mentioned, and this is economic activity in the ocean areas. The brown is fishery activities, you have green is ocean activity, and then you have oil extraction areas. So there's a lot of potential issues relating to how you should manage spatially these big areas. The goals for the integrated ocean management plan is value creation for industries and society. And what the ocean management plans really say is that we have managed that. That is actually something we have under control. So what we have to work much more on is the biodiversity and ecosystems, how to actually manage sustainable harvesting of ocean resources, management of species and habitats, management of particularly vulnerable areas, nature areas. These are some areas that are found to have very rich biodiversity, and to maybe also have other resources that might be interesting for extraction. For instance, one may look at one of the potentially vulnerable area has potentially a lot of oil. And so there's a sort of discussion, should you extract this oil or not? Or should you even look for it? And there's climate change and ocean acidification. And there's also a third goal, and that is to manage marine waste, chemicals and radioactive substances, and a risk of acute pollution, for instance, from oil extraction. So we had a new ocean management plan the spring of 2024. And it has a bit of a different structure than the previous plans I've had. It focused first on environmental condition and human impact, which is sort of aligning a little bit with the central framework accounts that we have talked about, I mentioned earlier today. Then the plan has one component on marine nature and ecosystems. And new of 2024 is that this chapter now included a little piece on ecosystem accounting or ocean accounting. So that is a bit new for us to do. And so that is actually a sign of the progress of ocean accounting in Norway. And then there is also a chapter on value creation and environmental impact of maritime industries. And this chapter actually draws a lot of numbers on ocean accounts, ocean satellite accounts, where the numbers are extracted from the national accounts, and you are using the criteria of OECD to choose what is actually ocean related and what is not ocean related. And there's also a big part on spatial planning in this last report. So now that ocean accounting has come more up on the plans for Norway, we have to emphasize that this is a relatively new topic for Norwegian administration. And as been said earlier today, this relies on three accounting frameworks: the system of national accounts, the system of the central framework, the system of environmental economic accounting, which takes the view of the economy's impact on nature and what we harvest out, and then we have the ecosystem accounting. So the thought is that ocean accounts can help highlight the consequences of previous choices and identify positive and negative trends, and thus can provide a better foundation for future decisions. One thing that really prompted the work on ocean accounting in Norway was the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, which recommends using an ocean accounting framework. And so with this recommendation of the high-level panel on ocean economy, there was first a pilot ocean satellite accounts, which are the extraction of all the economic data related to the marine areas. That was published first in 2022. Then we had a stakeholder kind of conversation about mapping the potential for ocean accounting in Norway. So all the knowledge institutions were called into a big conference where we discussed what this is and how can it be used. Then the steering committee endorsed the recommendations for ocean accounting. So all the ministries actually said, well, let's have this. We want to have it. Then next step was to have a pre-project. We looked into what is the knowledge that we have that we can use in ocean accounting? Where could we actually have a pilot on ocean accounting? And then now it was decided from the steering committee with all the ministries that we will have a pilot on ocean accounting in Norway, and it will be in one of the vulnerable ocean areas in Norway, which is also under pressure from certain political parties for maybe oil exploration. So it's kind of, and there's also very rich fisheries resources there. And also what happened was that the ocean satellite accounts, the extraction from the national accounts became official statistics from 2025 on. So now this has to be produced every year. And it's a very important input to the integrated ocean management plans. So let me see. So one of the inputs then is the ocean satellite accounts, and I think I mentioned that quite a bit. Initially, the ocean satellite accounts were funded by the Research Council, and then it was sort of ad hoc. We had several ocean satellite accounts, but they were sort of ad hoc funded. So now we are actually happy to see that there actually be annual accounts, and that it now also we will have it going forward. And what the methods that we've used to develop these ocean satellite accounts have been the methods suggested by the OECD. And then for the pilot on marine ecosystem accounting, the Norwegian Environment Agency find this quite important to provide increased knowledge about how a Norwegian ocean account can look in practice and what types of management needs it can help cover, and will help reveal what we do not have of the necessary data and knowledge. So when it comes to the pilot accounting, it really is one way to see what is missing. You have to build step by step just try out, see what can you do, and then you see what you're missing and where do you need to put in the emphasis in the future. Furthermore, working on a pilot on ocean accounting will contribute to building up capacity and expertise and contribute to influence the development of international standards. So that is another goal that, and also inspired by the high-level panel on ocean accounting, is that you should really try to test it out yourself, but also be part of the international discussion on ocean accounting and help develop the standards. So the plan is that this will start now in January 2025. Let me see. Oops, sorry. And as I mentioned, this pilot will be in the coastal zone in a vulnerable area, and that is place is called Lofoten, and it's actually a very big tourist destination. It has a lot of fish, but it's also suspected to be oil and gas there. So this pre-project was carried out in collaboration with the Norwegian Environment Agency and Statistics Norway, the Institute of Marine Research, the Directorate of Fisheries, and the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and the Norwegian Polar Institute. So all these stakeholder and knowledge groups were gathered together to try to make a pre-pilot project. And it sort of looked at different concepts, where should it be, how large should it be, and so on. And we realized we couldn't do everything that the steering committee wanted, but we could say that on this point where we don't really have enough data. And I also mentioned that the satellite accounts are now part of the National Program for Official Statistics. So in the new program for official statistics, we will have ocean satellite accounts, we will have certain part of the ecosystem accounts, and we will develop land use statistics for the ocean. And if now switching a little bit over to research projects. One project where Statistics Norway is involved is the Marine Ecosystem Accounting project, MAREA, where we're testing out how ocean accounting can be an input to policy. And this pertains to the Oslo Fjord. Here we have a lot of pollution. You can see a picture of it. It's around the capital, and there's a lot of runoff from agriculture, and there is also heavily use by people for tourism, for recreation. So a lot of trade that's going on there. And we actually wrote a report where we tried to we tested out what can we value of the values monetarily of the values that we have in the Oslo Fjord. And there's now a sort of restoration plan for the Oslo Fjord, with all the municipalities in the region working together to try to find out how we should better manage the Oslo Fjord to prevent it from becoming even worse, and maybe even try to restore the fisheries there. And then I also want to mention some research projects, some international work. And Statistics Norway and the Norwegian Institute of Water Research are now members of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. And I think that has been a very great collaboration. We get a lot of advice, and we can also share experiences, follow what other countries are doing on ocean accounting. So I think that has been quite useful for us. We can also sort of ask, what do you do with this topic? What do you do with that topic? There's always very helpful. Statistics Norway is also part of the working group on ocean in the CIEA, in the UN-led collaboration. And Statistics Norway cooperates with the Norwegian Development Organization on ocean for development. And one of the work there is with Anisia Rostiana, who already was here today, and the Indonesian work. And finally, almost next to final, I would just say that we will just continue to improve the ocean satellite accounts. We'll continue our international operations, and we will now develop a pilot on marine ecosystem accounting. And ideally, this should be scalable, so we should be able to scale it up. We found that that's kind of difficult because it's very location dependent. Finally, you asked for this, Professor Atri. I just wanted to mention some projects that are related to India. And there are two projects that are not at Statistics Norway, but there are two projects called Inopol and Ineco. Let me know if you want to have contact information for those people. I'm not in those projects, and so I can't really speak very much about them, but I just wanted to mention them. So that is all from me, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, madam. And now the next speaker is not for the time being available because he has gone to some other meeting. So he may be joining after lunch. And I just, not wasting time, invite the guest of honor, Dr. Jack Dyer from Fiji. The floor is yours, sir. We call the next speaker in the time being. He is Dr. Alexandre Freitas from University of Rio de Janeiro, coordinator of the Research Center of Ocean Economics. Are you there, Professor? Let me invite Professor Aduliri Subramaniam Raju. Is there? Yes. So the floor is yours, sir, please.
Hello.
Hi, Professor Raju. This is
Sir. Say, how are you, sir?
Very well. Please go
Good,
ahead.
good to see you, sir. So, thank you for the invitation given to me by Professor Atri, and also I'm very happy to see Ambassador in the same platform. And mine is a PowerPoint-less presentation, and I try to share my observations on developing blue economy, or looking at how importance of blue economy in the context of Indo-Pacific. So let us look at that, how this blue economy is seen as a global trend, and also ocean has become an economic force in 21st century, and we are also in the context of global climate change, or talking about rise of sea level, where we are looking at how blue economy is so important for the countries in Indo-Pacific. And also in the recent times, we have witnessed a global supply chain crisis, which is also very important for us, how relevance of developing blue economy in the present context, and also looking at how the crisis in Red Sea, or the crisis between the war between Ukraine and Russia. And also we are looking at, on the other hand, still it is a nascent stage, where the countries in Indo-Pacific are not taken seriously blue economy, which is very, very important aspect for any country's growth. Because, and also if you look at the different sectors, where you look at particularly one of the sectors of blue economy, which we talk about, the fisheries, which has a longer history compared to other sectors in blue economy. And fisheries management has operated in isolation, whereby now blue economy makes us to think how to integrate with other sectors, bringing blue cluster, how the fisheries can be jointly work with other sectors so that it can reduce investment, reduce the time, and also look for generating revenue. And we have seen how fish is a key source of nutrition and employment for many countries, and also it is also generate revenue by exporting employment or empowerment of youth and women. Thereby, we look at that fisheries as one of the sectors where the countries in Indo-Pacific would take it seriously, particularly because that illegal and unregulated, unreported kind of looking at the fisheries where we need to look at. And also, on the other hand, we are looking at that environmental degradation, particularly looking at the protection of mangroves and also coral reefs, which are really helping for this fishing sector. I think that is something very important to look at. On the other hand, we have to look at how the fisheries, the fisher or the fishermen or fisheries or fishing sector needs to look at what kind of fish has a great demand in the market, and what kind of fish can contribute to more revenue and more nutrition, and mapping areas or what kind of techniques to be used and prevalent illegal fishing. I think that is one aspect where the countries in Indo-Pacific need to come together to collaborate in terms of sharing technology, in terms of sharing their experience to enhance this sector in the respective countries. And other aspect where you're looking at the blue economy, where shipping, which is very important to look at, because that shipping efficiently transport a large volume of goods, and it is seen as the cheapest, fastest, and the safest mode of transportation. And also, when you look at the statistics, which gives us that shipping is only 21% of road transport and 42% of rail transport, making it economically viable in terms of moving goods. Thereby, when we are talking about climate change, we are talking about rise of sea level, where we need to look at how shipping could be also a tool in terms of mitigating GHG emissions. Of course, 3% of shipping, the percent of GHG emissions emanate from ship, but then compared to transport on road and other, on railroad, when you're talking about that, is really important for us to look at that. And also it requires significantly less fuel, with consumption of at 15% of road consumption and 54% of rail consumption. Thereby, we need to look at how to enhance the shipping. And when you look at in the context of India, where the Indian contribution in the world is 1% of shipping contribution, whereas South Korea, Russia, China, and Japan are seen as a major contributors in the global shipping, whereby the countries in the Indo-Pacific could also look at how to enhance their ship building, which is very, very important. Otherwise, very difficult to look at about our economic growth. And also, when you look at ports, as well as when you are talking about shipping, ports also invariably comes into picture, and many of our countries do not have natural deep sea the ports we don't have. And the way we look at we witness these the Colombo port, how natural port is having advantage for Colombo, whereas we have to look at the other countries in Indo-Pacific could also be able to see how this could be, through using technology. They can mapping the natural ports in different parts of Indo-Pacific region. And also other aspect, one could look at this, tourism, which could be also seen very important, because it is seen as a global industry. And also 80% of tourism happens in coastal areas, and it is a cornerstone of the blue economy. I think that is something very important, where most of the countries in Indo-Pacific are coastal states, that they have to improve their coastal, tourism in their respective countries to improve the livelihood of the coastal communities. So I think that's one aspect where the countries can also look for how to improve their coastal tourism. And also marine biotechnology, where also the countries in Indo-Pacific could also able to collaborate, because mainly it is just sharing know-how technology, which is very important to look at, because that is what we look at. Marine species offer vital ingredients of diverse applications, from biofuels and cosmetics and treatment for diseases like cancer and arthritis. And also we have seen that COVID-19 makes us to think about how this health sector is so important, and thereby we look at that how this marine biotechnology can really improve this health sector in the different countries in Indo-Pacific. And also other aspect could be seen as blue energy, because most of the countries are looking lack of access to energy, because there is a mismatch between the demand and supply, whereby we look at how that could really help us. So blue energy through tidal or wave or ocean energy could really help us to improve our access to energy. And particularly there are hundreds of isolated communities which are not having access to energy. I think blue energy really help us to improve their livelihood in terms of access to energy. And then when you look at, as the previous speakers are talking about climate change and rise of sea level, which is I think environmental issues are not the main concern for most of the countries in Indo-Pacific. I think we need to look at how this climate change will have impact on the countries which are coastal states, which are going to be affected. And that is something where it will have impact on many sectors of blue economy. And other aspect, we look at the piracy, which is also seen, because if it, according to World Bank estimates, piracy costs the world economy about $18 billion a year. And we look at UNCLOS 3 provides every coastal state has a jurisdiction over 200 nautical miles, but there are reports which talk about that pirates are moving beyond 700 nautical miles. That means it indicates that sometimes pirates are more powerful than the coastal states, which are granted 200 nautical miles jurisdiction over EEZ. And also this is mainly as the main aspect of successful of blue economy could be possible when we look at the blue clusters, because blue clusters play a very significant role, because that is what it will really minimize the investment and minimize the expenditure, and also look at enhance revenue through blue clusters, which are still in the nascent stage in most of the countries in Indo-Pacific. And also marine spatial planning, which is another aspect where we have to look at how important, as one of the presenters also brought this issue in his presentation, how a single location can be designed for multiple uses, mapping resources, and that will really help us to avoid conflicts between the sectors, and also look at how to minimize the time expenditure, and also you can look at enhance the revenue. I think where we need to look at the technology plays very significant role, where we don't have know-how technology, and some of the countries do not ready to share that technology to other countries, when we are looking at more concern for climate change and rise of sea level, which is going to be a major hindrance for the economic growth of many countries. And the other aspect where we can look at the marine protected areas, which is also again very important aspect, which is also again not taken seriously by most of the countries in Indo-Pacific, because the record says that we have at the present 3.4% of the seas and oceans are covered by marine protected areas. I think that is something where we need to look at how that could really facilitate to prioritize our concern over various maritime sectors. And private sectors, that is again another aspect where we need to look at how to attract private sectors. The moment we talk about sustainability, where I think most of the private sectors may not show their acceptance to come to explore in different sectors. I think that is also one of the aspects where we need to look at how to attract these private sectors into the in the different sectors of blue economy. And there are many challenges because it differs, the priority differs from place to place, and in different sectors where you have different priority for different countries, and within the country also the priority will change from place to place. I think this is one aspect where this is again is a difficult task. And also audit of revenue from sea is a very difficult task. And if with reference to India, if you look at India is not in a position to look at the auditing how much revenue we get from sea. And also valuation of resources, which is another aspect of constraint for us to look at. And also assessment of environmental degradation when you are going for marine exploration. We need to look at how much we can have impact on the marine or environmental degradation. And also know how technology is one aspect we have to look at. Collaboration, I think blue economy is not concerned for a specific country. Unless we need to have collaboration with other countries, it is very difficult to look at how to develop blue economy. So it is a global concern. It is also required at bilateral level, at regional level. We need to have a collaboration when we are developing blue economy. I think the countries need to come into having a collaboration to develop blue economy. And also without a thriving blue economy, no country can has a path to economic power. Economic power remains incomplete. And when we talk about oceans are the last frontier, and need to be careful in exploring the resources. And we need to look at how do we look at how important this blue economy. And we need to look at by end. I think in my conclusion I have to stress that there is a link between ocean wealth and ocean health. Unless oceans are healthy, we cannot look for wealth from oceans. So that is, I think there is a kind of linkage between ocean wealth and ocean health. I think that is something where we need to look at. And also research, I think, on marine is something very important to look at in the context of Indo-Pacific, how these countries can come together to collaborate and share their experience and technology in terms of developing blue economy. I stop here. Thank you so much for the patience.
Thank you, Professor Raju, for your insightful comments, and we will be taking into account whatever you said. And the agenda of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies will be framed, and look forward for your cooperation. Now, before Ambassador will take over the floor and summarize the overall view and present his views on marine spatial planning, which will be really a good contribution to hear from him. So I invite the expert, Wono, from Kenya. She will be speaking for 5 to 7 minutes only. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. And yes, it's a great honor and privilege to present at this conference. As you've heard, my name is Yvonne Waweru from Kenya, and my current affiliation is a research fellow with the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, which is based at the University of New South Wales. And some of my colleagues have already presented on different aspects on ocean accounts. So the main focus of my presentation is on ocean governance as it relates to ocean accounts. Please share my slide. Next slide. So I just begin by briefly highlighting the importance of oceans to us and how they relate to governance. So the foundation really is healthy and productive oceans, which provide a variety of goods and services and support blue economy and the social and cultural needs of local communities. And for that, we need ocean governance, which in very simple terms is steering collective action, and this cuts across sectors, institutions, and stakeholders. And this is manifested at various levels from global, regional, and national. So next slide, please. But is it as easy as we say? Is it easy to bring together all these different sectors? Is it easy to enable the productivity of oceans to achieve blue economy, for example? I argue that it's not. Next slide. And the reason is because there's a lot of fragmentation across different sectors that are different levels. So this is just a presentation, for example, of blue economy policies for an African country like Kenya. So you have sectoral laws at the national level, each working in their own silos. And at the different levels, for example, regional level, you have regional fisheries bodies, regional peace bodies, you have Africa Union policies at different levels at the continent and also at the subcontinental level. So it's a really huge maze of policies, laws that need to be implemented and rationalized. So how do we deal with this fragmentation? So I will showcase how ocean accounts can help address with that. Next slide. So I don't need to go into detail, but a lot has been said about the different types of accounts. You have physical accounts, for example, that showcase extents and conditions of different ecosystems. You have monetary accounts, etc. So my focus will be on governance accounts, which is a relatively new field in ocean accounts. Next slide. Yeah, so ocean governance accounts are somewhat an experimental component of ocean accounts. So it's still developing, and there are two main approaches there. We have a spatially explicit situation approach and environmental activity account approach. So what happens with the spatially explicit situation is that each spatial unit of the ocean is accounted for in relation to the laws and institutions that relate to it, whereas the environment activity accounts focuses more on recording environmental activity, for example, taxes, subsidies associated with different sectors of the ocean. Next slide. So with regard to the spatially explicit situation, as you're all aware, we have the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, which designates different maritime zones from the territorial waters, exclusive economic zone, continental shelf, high seas, UTC. So what, next slide please. So what would a governance account look like? So this is just an example where you allocate each spatial unit as per UNCLOS, and then you describe it in accordance to the law or jurisdiction that applies to it. As you can see there, you have a jurisdiction zone, for example, and continental shelf is given there, and you can distinguish it as the Continental Shelf Act in accordance with the relevant law. And the same goes to a management zone, where you designate each spatial unit to the management zone that relates. So it can include protected areas, tourism area, submarine cable, etc. etc. Next slide. So this is some ongoing work in relation to my fellowship. As you can see there, that's a jurisdiction account for Kenya. This is the actual map of Kenya drawn to scale. And what I've tried to do there is to delineate the different zones of Kenya's waters. And these will be supported by an account which highlights the different jurisdictions that Kenya has in relation to each of the zones. So for example, you can see there you have the internal waters marked in green. So the ocean account will showcase the rights that Kenya has in relation to that zone and all the supporting Kenyan laws that relate to it. Same goes to the territorial waters, the EEZ, etc. And the same goes for the management account, which highlights each sectoral law that operates in each of the zones highlighted there. So I can skip that. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. I don't take much time. Yeah, just go to the panel. Yeah. So this is ongoing work, as I've said, and as I said at the beginning, ocean governance is fragmented. And what I've seen is that using ocean accounts, for example, the jurisdiction ocean accounts, UNCLOS and all the domestic laws have been aggregated into a standalone information framework, which provides a holistic approach. And for example, in the use of MSP, and Kenya is doing this, it can be supportive to reconcile the different rights and jurisdictions of Kenya vis-a-vis the freedoms of other states in the EEZ especially, and also the continental shelf. And it can also be a useful tool to identify jurisdictional gaps in each maritime zone. So for example, there are different types of jurisdictions. I don't want to go into it. What I found is that Kenya has not articulated some of those in its laws. So through that framework, I've been able to identify some of those gaps. In relation to management, it also provides a holistic view of all sectors operating in each spatial zone, and it can be used to also enable cross-sector consultation for decision-making for MSP, and also, most importantly, it will be used to analyze if there are any conflicts of laws in each of the zones that's in each of the maritime zones that the laws relate to. So that's governance accounts in brief, and I believe that this ocean account would be a practical tool to move from theory, like saying that ocean governance is fragmented, we need cross-sector cooperation, to actualizing it and showcasing how this cross-sector cooperation can actually happen using the tools that I've put with. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And an idea came to my mind, and I invite you basically for writing the working paper series we started yesterday. The first working paper of the center has been written by me. So I invite you from Kenya and Dr. Molipe, if they can develop a working paper, for example, in case of Kenya marine spatial planning, because I know in November 2018, this mega conference on blue economy was held in Nairobi, which I attended. So I will be sending the formal letter to you, both of you. Please work on it so that it can be published under the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. And thank you for your knowledgeable presentation. It is very good, and we have all listened how the ocean accounting is working now. But maybe after Ambassador Anup Mutkil is being invited, and he will be giving an overview, and then we'll be talking about the marine spatial planning. He is an authority on blue economy, worked in the reports which has been prepared, 3 reports by KUK India. So, sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
You must be very tired, isn't it? You're not tired. Okay, then I'll make you tired now. So I'm not really an expert or authority on blue economy, Professor. But yes, I worked on blue economy for almost 10 years now, a little over 10 years. I was on the steering committee, which developed the national framework for blue economy. Then I was on this You mentioned on the KUK task force, we produce something support there. There's a knowledge paper on blue economy. There is a sectoral report on blue economy. There is a best practices report on blue economy. What I'll do, I'll share copies of those reports with you, and you can share with those who are not tired yet. Okay? You know, we have heard so much. Yes. I could also be very technical in my presentation, but I know you don't have further stamina to bear with a deeply technical conversation. So I'll make it very simple. Yes. We talked about the oceans, we talked about the blue economy, we talked about so many things. Let's see what has driven us to the discourse that we are having today, not only here in Kurukshetra, but in the last about 10 years, everybody is talking about the oceans. If you go back by about 15, 20 years, very few people were talking about oceans. Yes? Why suddenly we are all talking about oceans and people appear very worried, you know, what's going to happen? To understand that, let's put ourselves at the center of this discourse, the human beings, you and me. Yes? Now, we must ask this question. I normally ask, what is that we want? Yes? What is that as human beings, as youngsters, as students? What is that we want? I'm sure the simplest answer to that is we are seeking good life, isn't it? And those who have good life, they are seeking better life. And this process is endless. Now, how do you get good life and how do you get better life? Now, the simplest answer again is it depends on how your economy behaves, grows, creates jobs, good jobs, well-paying jobs, giving you good housing, good car to drive. So, if that is good life, and if it comes to economic growth, the next question is, where would the economic growth come from? For that economic growth, we need resources. Now, those resources could be energy, minerals, know-how, etc., water, and so on and so forth. While our dreams and expectations are endless, but the resources are limited. Yes? And that is where the story begins. That our expectations are endless, but the resources which will support achieving those expectations are limited. Now, if you go back in time a little bit, you know, by 1800, we just reached a global economy of the size of 1 trillion. Can you imagine? Right from the beginning, we came to 1800 and the size of our economy was 1 trillion. Yes? And size of our population was 1 billion. Now, at just about 200 years, the size of our economy is 105 trillion, and the size of our population is 8 billion or 7 billion. Now, can you imagine? And the per capita income has gone through the roof if you really compare it with 1800. The numbers have gone up, the per capita consumption has gone up, but the resources in the planet remain the same. That is where the conflict started. This planet, you heard the term carrying capacity. The planet has a certain carrying capacity, which means you can dig into the planet for resources, And a day would come when the planet would say, sorry, I have no more. And that day in a particular year, we call the overshoot day, which means the day the planet Earth's resources are exhausted for that particular year. You heard about accounting. Now, if you are accounting, every year you have a budget of resources. When do you finish that budget? For the Earth, Mother Earth, we finish Mother Earth's resources somewhere in July and August every year. And we have been doing it for years, in fact. Can you imagine how much overexploitation we have done? And this overexploitation has led to a massive environmental degradation. We have degraded the land, water, air, biodiversity, you name it. But we do not want to stop growing because we want better life. As a result, we expect the economy to again double in next 24, 25 years, which means we will add what? $105 more trillion to the global economy. Now tell me, where will the resources come from? The land is already exhausted of exploitation. And as a result, now we are asking this question, can we go to the ocean? Because somehow we did not understand the ocean. As a result, we could not exploit the ocean that much as we exploited the land. So, is it all right? Ocean is much bigger than land. So can't we go there? It might have huge resources. But we have been using ocean for those resources, be it transport, food, energy, renewable energy, biotechnology, recreation. You call it whatever you want to call it. When you ask the ocean, can we come to you for more resources? Because the land is degraded. The reply from the ocean is, I am also degraded. Because whatever little you have done damage to me, even that is enough. You know, I have pollution, I have acidification, I have warming, I have loss of biodiversity, so on and so forth. The ocean is asking, sorry, if you want to deal with me in the same manner as you dealt with land, then I'm really sorry, I am already sick. But the fact remains, whatever we may say, we shall go to the ocean for more resources. Yes, in the sectors I mentioned and in the new sectors. And now with technology, our capacity to harness ocean has undergone several fold. For example, 50 years ago, we didn't have the technology to harness the ocean resources, but today we have. With this technology, our capacity to go into the ocean has grown many-fold, and as a result, the reason to be worried. Because the technology to harness has come, but the understanding to feel the pain of the ocean has not come. Now, I was reading, people say, all right, in the next 15, 20 years, there will be more ships in the ocean, there will be more energy extracted from ocean, there'll be more fish taken out of the ocean, and the new areas, which means the economic sectors will go to the ocean with much greater urge and spirit. Now, you mentioned global warming, because that is an overarching implication of mismanagement of environment. We are saying this is an existential threat. Now, if global warming is an existential threat, the single most important and effective solution to that is the ocean. Because if it is the greenhouse gases, which are mainly the villain in global warming, you have to remember 1/3 of the greenhouse gases produced by humans are absorbed by the ocean. 50% of the oxygen is produced by the ocean. The ocean is the most important and most effective climate stabilizer, in fact. But we don't even understand the ocean. Without understanding, should we tamper with the habit of this massive body? That is where we have to be careful. And that carefulness translates into a demand for Professor Saab, marine spatial planning, MSP. But we can't forget we had massive planning for the land and we messed up. Now, if we go with a similar plan into the ocean, we run the risk of messing up the ocean as well. What is the key there? The key in sustainability is the conflict. When activities conflict with each other, we have problems. And when we go to the ocean, I suspect, and people tell me so, there could be two levels of conflict. One conflict could be the intersectoral conflict, which means if a ship has to pass through a particular route, you can't have the gas pipeline underneath. So if more sectors go to the ocean, there will be a greater possibility of intersectoral conflicts. You have a shipping line proposed, but on the way you have the marine protected areas. They will conflict. This is one conflict which is intersectoral conflict. And believe me, having dealt with this issue for over 10 years now, the intersectoral conflict, in my view, is still relatively simple to address. Because those sectors are human creation. We know the sectors, we understand the sectors, we see the sector, we can plan the sectors to avoid conflict. For me, more complicated problem is when the sectors conflict with the environment, when they cause pollution, when they cause acidification, when they result in loss of biodiversity. That is where the problem is much deeper and much more serious. So for me, the MSP should aim at mitigating or minimizing all intersectoral conflicts and the sector's conflicts with the environment. Now that is where, in fact, I think Professor mentioned, right now I'm working on something called underwater domain awareness. Now, when you deal with oceans, the real implication of our mismanagement occurs underwater. The acidification takes place underwater. Pollution takes place underwater. The biodiversity is threatened underwater. But then we see the implications over water. These could be cyclones, this could be disturbed monsoon, this could be many, many more things. But the problem is underwater. Now, do we really understand the underwater? The answer is absolutely very little, because again, we didn't have the technology to understand underwater. We scarcely understand the surface, but what is underwater? Now, that is what right now, in fact, we are working on. It's a very, very futuristic new area where, in fact, now with the technology, because we said the carrying capacity, right? And we said the impact of human activity. Now, how do you measure that? How do you tell me this is the carrying capacity and this is the limit you cannot cross unless you understand the ocean? Now, there are factors like chemical factors, there are physical factors, there are biological factors, there are social factors, and there are, of course, economic factors. They all have an impact on underwater. Now, that is what we're trying to work on, because today we have the technology. For example, you have the acoustics system, where you can have the acoustics fingerprinting for the species, various species. You could have other objects. They can be studied by acoustics. And then, for example, now the DNA fingerprinting. Now, DNA fingerprinting has really evolved. Today, you can just go take the water sample, studying the water sample, you will know how the biodiversity is behaving or how it's undergoing variation. Or you have the CTD, where you can do the physical, chemical, and temperature analysis at different depths. But still, we are just scratching the surface of underwater understanding. Yes, just the surface. It was probably impossible if I go back by 20 years, because the amount of data I expect, or we should expect, is going to be immense. We didn't have the capacity of sourcing that much of data. Today, technology can help. Then, who would analyze that data? Data analysis. We didn't have the capacity, but today we have the capacity. So what we're working on is that using mega data analysis, using the AI tools, and then developing what is called models. Somebody mentioned markers. Yes, I always give this example. No, I went to see the doctor. He says, okay, go for a blood test. And then in the blood test, there's one marker. We say, oh, if this marker can tell me whether your heart is good or not. Because I always thought my heart is good, but he said, looking at this marker, I'll tell you whether your heart is in good shape or not. So can you imagine just one marker? He didn't see my heart, he didn't do anything else. With one marker, he tells me whether your heart is good or not. Can we develop these markers for environment? Where one marker will tell you whether the health of the ocean in a particular region is okay or not, or maybe a couple of markers. Now, that is what we are trying to work on. It's not an easy thing to do, but I'm sure unless we do this, rushing into the ocean with aggressive technology could have great consequences. You know, we were talking about seabed mining, and last week I read a report that those very nodules we want to suck out act as batteries in the ocean. They produce oxygen, which is called dark oxygen. Now somebody will have to do the analysis, what that oxygen is meant for. And what is that leading to? And if that oxygen dries up, what happens? This is only one example. There could be hundreds, yes? So Professor Saab, maybe if I come back for a class lecture, I will go into the details. I would not bore you with more details on this, but without underwater domain awareness, we will not be able to develop effective systems for MSP. And without MSP, would not be able to effectively harness oceans. And without harnessing oceans, we would not be able to reach the target of $210 trillion and a better life. But we must seek better life, but not at the expense of environment. Environment should not pay the price of our progress. With these words, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, because whatever has been discussed since morning, you summed it up very well. And that is, I think, what I wanted. And we are lucky that Investor Mudgil is there, and Investor Sanjay Panda is there, and other investors are there providing the support. And I won't talk much, but only briefly, because that is why whatever idea comes to my mind, I just share. And we got very good presentation throughout the session. And we will be getting, because some of the papers I have seen, they are very good, which we will be publishing under the banner of the Indian Economic Association very soon. That may be released in December when the 107th Indian Economic Conference will be held at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. One thing which basically I invite all of you, that is, if you have a policy brief idea running into 1500 to 2000 pages, 2000 pages, words, so that is most welcome. You can send it to me anytime. We will be creating the website of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, and that will be a regular thing, because I have been discussing with the Vice Chancellor and is very keen and delighted. This all goes to the experts who have come in person, and I know Ambassador Sanjay Panda, Ambassador Mudgil, they basically sets the inspirations, standards for me, and they come every year here to Kshetra in person. So thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that, and there should be a round applause. So that basically the things are in making, and I'm very much delighted. You know that the whole of the global ocean accounting partnership secretariat was there. They made very good presentations, and we will be doing a job in engaging the member states of IORA and the partners of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for helping them or devising how the ocean accounting framework can be achieved. But I think I am greatly benefited by the presentation by Ambassador Mudgil, and sir, I think we are on the same page. And I remind you that the first book on blue economy of the Indian Ocean region, which was launched in January 2018. In the foreword of that, basically we wrote, mentioned the limits to growth, the Club of Rome 1960, deliberations and discussions. Is there any limits to growth? What is the role of artificial intelligence? What is the role of water domain? So these are very crucial issues, and deep sea mining, and I think I agree with Ambassador Mudgil that deep sea mining is a very critical issue. Most of the countries are talking about it, but that has been shifted in the International Seabed Authority. And here I know that even today, whatever you bring from the ocean, deep sea mining, that is under 4,000 meters or even more than that. So how or in what way it will be shared? The sharing of the benefits arriving from the ocean, particularly the high ocean, which is 60% of the EEZ. EEZ is just 40%, over which national governments have their domain. Even according to UNCLOS 1982, there you have certain responsibilities. You have to give the route to the other ships to pass through your exclusive economic zone, which basically is not taking place. There is a reference of South China Sea, which is creating, you see, security issues in the Indo-Pacific, but I won't touch that. That has been touched yesterday. So these are some of the issues, and particular issues. I basically make a reference to United Nations conference, which I attended in April 2018. I was invited by the United Nations, and that was on the accelerated technological change and its impact on sustainable development. So till now, we are not sure, although we are getting the ground, that how or in what way robotics, digitalization, and particularly the growing use of artificial intelligence may be beneficial for the people. We know, and most of the experts agree, that artificial intelligence is very useful in the health sector. I also believe that artificial intelligence can be helpful in exploring the deep ocean. And Ambassador Mudgil has referred that in the deep, you see, there is some type of oxygen which is named as dark oxygen that may be dangerous. So what to do, how to restore the environmental standards in the ocean, all those things basically are interrelated, interconnected. But our emphasis should be, I am reminded of John Maynard Keynes, who wrote a book, The General Theory, in 1936. At that time, he said that the planet Earth has enough for the humankind. Even if we get 8 times of the then global GDP, 1936, we should be happy. But I know we are more after the GDP, and the current GDP is, I think, around $110 trillion, and still we are asking for more GDP. So agreeing with Ambassador Mudgil. So do we think that we have the necessary technology? Do we know that the resources of the Mother Earth are vanishing? Are we sure that whatever there deep in the ocean that will satisfy our greed and will lead to the sustainability? So these are very important questions, and that basically I see that the younger generation should be there. That is the issues which we want to pass on to your generation, because you have to live beyond 2030. What type of world you will be facing, what type of jobs you will be getting. So these are very complicated issues, and in United Nations, I mentioned yesterday, they are involving the youth. So youth have the energies, and that is basically is one of the very productive outcome of this conference, that we have been able to persuade, or this is being live telecast, and it was also monitored by the United Nations. I was told yesterday by one of the participants. So these are the issues I think which will be going through. And thank you very much, because I can speak on, but I know the lunch is due and we have to arrange for the validity function. So, yes, sir, please. Yeah, so please.
We've had a very interesting session, but maybe a little premature, but I thought I would like to add this for the benefit of our research scholars in Kurukshetra University, and I would like to encourage you more and more to join and take interest in what our center is doing. And I wanted to tell you that very shortly, after maybe in a couple of months, Professor Atri will be inviting concrete research proposals, and which will be once accepted. There is we're considering having a grant for this research proposal so that it could be carried out. So that will really add value to all these efforts that is being done. So, Professor Saab, I just mentioned this to keep on this interest going among the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Continuing with what Sanjay mentioned, in case those research scholars are interested in understanding the underwater domain, I'll be very happy to put you in touch with Maritime Research Center in Pune. And we right now have about 100 IIT engineers as their interns, and they are working on cutting edge of technology to understand underwater. And I'll be very happy to put you in touch with them. And they will be happy to take you as intern. You don't have to physically travel anywhere. You can work from wherever you are. But as long as you're able to add your pinch of salt to the recipe, that's it. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And you see that the things are coming of their own, and we are very happy. And sir, we will be preparing our students for the internship and whatever Ambassador Panda has suggested. So we'll be making the projects, and you are invited to submit your projects, because I tell you, What is blue economy? Blue economy is innovative by nature. So innovation, if I go back to Guntar Pali, but innovative mind is the key story of blue economy, ocean accounting, whatever it is. So I'm not delivering any more lectures. So now I think I hand over to the anchor, Dr. Kiran. So she will be giving some information.
Thank you so much, sir, the session chair, for handling the session very efficiently. And I am thankful to all the presenters and especially Mudgil sir for summarizing the theme of the session in a very understandable way. Thank you so much, sir. And now we all will join for the lunch at the guest house, and student, there is refreshment for you outside the Senate hall. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Simply great. Simply great. I found
Yeah, hello. Somebody there?
Hello, is there anyone from the organizing team here?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Priyanka, coordinator of the technical session 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It is my pleasure to welcome you all of the 3rd International Conference of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, focusing on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region. Today's session will delve into two critical topics, Industrial Revolution 4.0 and deep sea mining, new frontiers of technology-led growth, along with reflecting on lessons learned from India's G20 presidency. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of professors with us whose insight will enrich today's discussion. I am sure we will leave here with valuable knowledge and perspectives that will contribute to the global dialogue on these pressing issues. Today, we have our session chair, Dr. Imadul Islam, who is the Senior Research Fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute at Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan. He is also an adjunct scholar for the National Bureau of Asian Research, Washington, D.C., USA. We welcome you, sir. And our next session chair is Professor S.K. Chahal, who is the Dean of Social Science and Chairman of the Department of History at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. And our next session chair is Professor T.R. Kundu, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Last one is Professor V.R. Atri. We welcome you all, sir. Now, session is over to you for further proceedings.
Thank you so much for your very nice introductions. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, those who are joining in person here today and also joining in online. So it is really great honor to me to facilitate these sessions. Very relevant topics. It's called the recent developments in Indo-Pacific economic framework. As you know that Indo-Pacific economic framework, it was developed in 2022 by the Biden administrations with very great prosperity. That is called the Indo-Pacific framework of prosperity. Yes, nowadays there are 14 countries, including India, Japan, and many other Asian countries, also including here. So in these sessions, we try to actually update the knowledge. Since this is a university, we would like to share from our esteemed panelists today to talk about some of the development that has made. So for your information, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity has made several significant advancements very recently. The third IPF ministerial meeting, which was held in the last month in 2024, and they're talking about the three aspects. The first one is called the clean economy, what we now actually mentioning mostly in the renewable energy and many other things, and also the fair economy agreement and the overarching agreement. So something like that, the world is talking about climate change and many other things, and these Indo-Pacific 14 countries, their total GDP is 40% of the world. So without further delay, we would like to hear our expert. Today we have Professor Romila Mohi, the Higher Education Commissioner Mauritius, former Vice Chancellor, University of Mauritius. So may I request Professor Romila Mohi for his or her statement. Okay. Okay, I think she's not yet joining, but she'll be joining in the later. So Dr. Badri is here only. Monish. Where's your dad from? So, easy. Alexander is here. Sorry for interruption. So we have a guest opponent today, Alexander Friedrich, Associate Professor, University of Rio de Janeiro, coordinator of the Research Center of Ocean Economics. So time is yours, sir. So your time is actually 12 minutes. So can you actually go forward for your presentation, sir? Dear professor, we can't hear you. Are you there? Can you please unmute yourself? Is there any other panelists? Yeah. Yes, sorry again. So, the technical problem that in the online always we face. Uh, so we have another very distinguished scholar and our panelist today, Dr. Monish Kurukshetra. Sorry for my pronunciations. Honorable Director, Kalinga Institute of Indo-Pacific Studies, New Delhi. His presentation on the US Indo-Pacific strategy, inflation, dynamics and implications. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Chair, am I audible to everyone?
Also, so one thing I'm interrupting. So your time is actually 15 minutes. So, so before 2 minutes, I will actually give you my
Definitely. I'll finish before that, sir. Not to worry. Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor Atri, and thank you to organizers of this very relevant seminar. Right, to jump into directly into my presentation and my opportunity to share these thoughts. I think to talk about the US Indo-Pacific strategy, it is a very relevant time, and it's because we are just a few weeks away from the US election, presidential election in November 5th. And we'll get to know whether it is former President Donald Trump or the Vice President Kamala Harris. And I think this will definitely impact a lot in terms of how the Indo-Pacific strategy of the United States is going to shape up. More prominently, I think it will definitely be relevant in understanding how trade policy will shape up. As mentioned, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, I feel that framework is very much on the line right now, in the sense that Mr. Donald Trump has a history of killing the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the past. And I think he's not very favorable to the economic framework also, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. So I think it's very important time to talk about how the US Indo-Pacific strategy is going to shape up. And I'll talk about that in three or four broad themes. One is that we are talking about the Indo-Pacific strategy in the midst of a new great power competition involving USA and China. Now, what does the Indo-Pacific strategy say about this rivalry? If you look at the latest Indo-Pacific strategy, it categorically says that China is the only country in the world with the intention and the capability to challenge the United States primacy in the international system in the long term. Now, this is also happening at a time when the Ukraine war is almost going to be 3 years old, and the Israel-Hamas war, which has now morphed into a broader regional war, is concluded 1 year of the war since October 7 last year. So the Americans have walked out of Afghanistan in a very hasty way, with the promise that it is going to now devote resources and manpower and its policy attention into what is called as the Indo-Pacific. So I think it's important to structure the Indo-Pacific strategy, first of all, within this great power competition, and how this great power competition is affecting the national strategies of many countries in the Indo-Pacific, including India. India seems to be going closer to the United States, at least in the Indo-Pacific terms, looking at the Quad Summit that was held very recently. But India has had to catch its relationship as far as the India-Russia relationship is concerned. India has its own policy of handling the de-risking and decoupling strategy vis-a-vis China, which might be similar to the US at times, which might not be similar to the US at times. On the other hand, you have the ASEAN countries, which try to preserve ASEAN centrality, but at the same time, sometimes get worried that minilaterals like the Quad or the AUKUS might undermine ASEAN centrality. So you have a very complex sense of geopolitics and geoeconomics playing out in the Indo-Pacific. Second broad theme that I would like to pick up is that the US Indo-Pacific strategy is leading to new terms of engagement of allies and partner in the Indo-Pacific. The Secretary of State, the Defense Secretary, and the National Security Advisor very recently wrote an op-ed together in the Washington Post, where they argued that how the Biden Indo-Pacific strategy has somehow moved America's sense of allies and partners from the older hub and spoke alliance into a more integrated network of partners. Now, how this plays out, in terms of how the partnership is going to play out, because the US now talks about something called an integrated deterrence, which is different from the extended deterrence, in the sense that the US wants more burden sharing, more responsibility being taken up by regional powers, while trying to counteract unilateral activities of the Chinese government. Now, this is going to play out in certain ways depending on who comes to power in November 5th. Again, you will see much more of continuity if Kamala Harris is going to come to power. But if there is a Trump 2.0, there would be much more uncertainties in terms of what kind of burden sharing the Trump administration would want. He has been quoted as saying that even for Taiwan, Taiwan has to pay up for the security cover that the United States is going to do as vis-a-vis China. And he mentioned that US was like an insurance company when it came to protecting Taiwan in the Taiwan Straits. So I think this element of the future of American allies and partners, the future of American security guarantees, this is all up in the line as we talk about the change of leadership in the US and also the change of leaderships in the countries around. Japan has a new leader now. Indonesia is going to have a new leader. A lot of countries in Indo-Pacific have had elections in recent times. So these are all up for discussion now in terms of the future trajectory of alliances and partnerships. I have already mentioned a bit of the IPAP, which was mentioned by the chair as well, that it impinges upon green transition, it impinges upon the future of resilient supply chains, it impinges upon democracy and economics in the region. All of that, I think, is up for discussion again in terms of how this is all going to play out in the way, it impinges on two particular things. And I end my presentation with that, which is that we are entering a data driven world, we are entering a technology driven world. Everything from economics to climate change to green transition, everything is impinged by technology or new technologies in some sense. So how is Indo-Pacific going to handle governance of new technologies that have both military implications and non-military implications? As we talk about the future of extraction of critical minerals and their implications in electric vehicles in the times to come. We have just seen EU's response to Chinese electric vehicles entry into the European market. We are going to have to come to terms with how US is going to handle the market of electronic vehicles in the times to come. Last but not the least, we are going to see new developments in how the US, through its Indo-Pacific strategy with allies and partners, is going to handle the future of infrastructure building, connectivity building, which are which are climate resilient, which are disaster resilient. Now, this is happening in the context of the Chinese BRI. As we talk about it right now, the Chinese BRI think tank forum is happening right now in Xi'an City in China. And at the time, you have Shangri-La Dialogue and Munich Security Conference. The Chinese have just held the Shangjian Forum in Beijing. So I think we are entering a very complex world with risks and both opportunities. And I think who comes to power in the US in November is going to have a fundamental impact on how the shape of Indo-Pacific is going to reveal and how countries like India have to prepare itself to face the challenges and the opportunities of the Indo-Pacific. I'll end there, Chair. If there are questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Yes, so thank you so much, Professor, for your very timely delivery. And it's about 10 minutes, so thank you so much for your timely presentation. And yes, we tried to mention that that is crucial for US election, that is November, who will actually elect is whatever in the Pacific dimension, it will be continue in similar way or different way in the value chain in different items. Yeah, you also mentioned that the recent ongoing war that is happening in the Ukraine, Russia, and also Hamas, Israel, and also the possibility in some of the pressure in the Taiwan, Hong Kong dimensions. Yeah, so we still believe that India is a key country in this Indo-Pacific and the very biggest country in the world, and also the next, we are assuming that next economic superpower. So it's totally depend on its geographically. Thank you so much for your update on this particular issue in Indo-Pacific economic framework dimensions. The ladies and gentlemen, so we are very happy to announce that our guest of honor, Professor Romila Mohin, Higher Education Commissioner of Mauritius, a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius. So may I request Professor
please deliver your speech. Your time is another 15 minutes. So before 10 minutes, 2 minutes, I will give you the actual stop notification. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Just a little bit of protocol. Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Professor Atri, Director of the ICIPS, Kurukshetra University, distinguished professors, participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me this afternoon to share a bit my views on the, I would say, the area of higher education and how this whole discourse about the Indo-Pacific region and the implications for higher education. So it is indeed a big pleasure to be here with you today for this important discourse. And the theme of this session is how higher education mechanisms can drive lifelong learning as we work towards the Sustainable Development Goals could not be more timely and relevant. As we all know, the challenges we face today, whether economic, environmental, or social, require a workforce that is adaptable and well equipped with the knowledge and skills to meet the ever evolving demands of our time. And when we think about how we cultivate these competencies, higher education is the answer. A higher education system that promotes flexibility, inclusivity, and above all, lifelong learning is key. And how does this relate to these sustainable development goals? I'm not too sure. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes,
Yeah?
so we see your screen. So
Okay.
it's also moving. It's also moving. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So let me begin by highlighting one of the most important goals in this context. Sustainable Development Goal 4, as you know, it talks about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. Higher education is a cornerstone of this goal, offering individuals the chance to continuously upskill, reskill, and develop new competencies throughout their lives. Indeed, you would recall that at the Incheon Declaration of UNESCO in the Education 2030, the Declaration and Framework for Action emphasizes higher education as a key driver in achieving SDG 4. Now, more than ever, our higher education systems need to support flexible learning pathways. What we've seen in Mauritius is that this would be an approach that would really respond to the word of equity in SDG 4. Because in SDG 4, a lot of people, a lot of countries, a lot of institutions, even at national level, we are trying, all of us, to ensure that an inclusiveness, but we very often forget about the equitable part. Now, we think that higher education systems are in a dire need to support flexible learning pathways. This approach is very critical to ensuring that education is accessible, equitable, and adaptable to the needs of individuals, no matter their background, professional commitments, or stage in life. Here I can take the example of Mauritius. Mauritius, I would say 1 generation or 2 generations ago, universities were not there to be able to give access to education to all the adults. Now, what happens now, we have a number of universities, we have a number of pathways, we have a number of students. Actually, our gross enrollment ratio, you would be happy to hear that it is 50%, 50. And the average in sub-Saharan Africa is 8%. So I can say we are doing very well for the current students who are coming out from high schools, etc. But we still have to look into what is happening for lifelong learning. What is happening to those people who didn't have the opportunity at that point in time, who are now in their 50s, 60s? How do we make sure that they get the proper education? So to implement the flexible learning pathways effectively, we can establish clear pathways that connect secondary education, TVET, and higher education. And as FLPs also recognize various forms of learning, whether formal, non-formal, or informal, then we are really ensuring that people will have a good chance to get into lifelong learning. Allow me to share how Mauritius is advancing these principles through the work of the Higher Education Commission. We are at a pivotal moment in our higher education landscape, and ensuring flexible, inclusive, and accessible learning pathways. It is not just a national priority for us, it's a driver for achieving sustainable development across the region. A few initiatives we started developing 3 years ago, and we are now going to implement the National Credit Value and Transfer System, framework and guideline. The NCVTS will standardize the credit system across all higher education institutions in Mauritius, allowing students to transfer their academic credits between institutions, programs, and even levels of education. And we are aligning ourselves with the SADC qualification framework. I think this is very important for us. SADC regroups 16 countries in Africa. So when we align to the SADC qualification framework, means that we are doing regional integration, a bit what we want to do exactly with the Indo-Pacific region as well. The next one is the Mauritius Credit Accumulation Transfer System, called CATS, and this will allow learners to accumulate academic credits over time, meaning they can complete their qualifications at a pace that suits their personal lives. Then we are also implementing recognition of prior learning for higher education, which I personally believe is a game changer. In Mauritius, we used to have a lot of RPL for Tibet, but not in higher education. So as now we transition towards a system that emphasizes lifelong learning and flexible learning pathways, the introduction of RPL will mark a significant and progressive step in acknowledging all the knowledge that people have acquired prior to getting into university. Another development that aligns with the above is the National Micro-Credentials Framework, which supports both higher education, the TVET sector, and the higher technical education. Micro-credentials offer a flexible modular approach to learning, allowing learners to gain specific skills that are immediately relevant to their careers. These short programs are stackable, so learners can build them up towards larger qualifications. I can give you an example with the Commonwealth of Learning. We have granted 4,000 scholarships in the past 2 years, and the Mauritian learners have enrolled into 14,000 courses, micro-credentials, digital badges coming from Coursera, Udemy, and Grow with Google. However, we do not have a national framework where we recognize these micro-credentials in formal learning. For the moment, people have just done it for the sake of doing it, to get more skills, to increase their opportunities, but it is not recognized in our formal education system. That's why the Higher Education Commission, of which I'm the commissioner, we have developed the framework for National Micro-Credentials Framework. All these work, we have collaborated with international organizations like UNESCO, like SADC, like the Commonwealth of Learning, and also with international organizations, because we want to ensure transparency and quality in the recognition of qualifications, making it easier for individuals to transfer credits and build up on their academic achievements.
So sorry for interruptions. So you have another 2 minutes actually.
Okay, I'll just finish how we are aligning. All these are examples of what we've done at the HEC, the different projects that we've done. And we are aligning, of course, with countries in the Indo-Pacific region. As you're well aware, India's national education policy talks about national credit framework. It talks about online and open distance learning. Australia talks a lot about micro-credentials, blended learning model, online education infrastructure. New Zealand talks about RPL, adoption of micro-credentials at national level, and open and distance learning. And I have, unfortunately, I didn't get the time to talk about Mauritius online systems, what we've done, but we've developed capacity building in all universities to develop ODL and OER courses. And just to conclude, I would say that we are doing all these reforms to make sure that no one is left behind in the pursuit of quality education. And I believe that we will have strong collaboration and partnership within the region, because all of us are using now the same metric, the credit system, and will be able to talk the same language. In conclusion, achieving SDG 4 and the broader Education 2030 goals require collective effort from all of us, policymakers, educators, stakeholders across the globe. And through these different instruments that I have been explaining and talking today, we can promote lifelong learning and ensure that education is truly accessible to all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to our continued collaboration in making all the above a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your sharing in terms of the educational contribution in the Moses to Indo-Pacific dimensions. We are very pleased today. We have our guest of honor, Dr. Jana Chong, founder president of Indo-Korea Business Culture Center. So, Madam, what is this? 15 minutes.
Hello, hi, my name is Dr. Jana Chang, and my subject is why Indo-Pacific region is important to South Korea. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Namaste. In Korean, we say 안녕하세요. It is a great privilege and honor for me to stand before this August Hall to represent Indo-Korea Business Culture Center as the founder president. It is surely a blessing from the God to give me this opportunity to be addressing this August gathering from this platform of Srimad Bhagavad Gita Sadan, Kurukshetra University, and the land where the epic battle of Mahabharata took place, an important pilgrim site and a holy land. The place is also where the Krishna preached Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna and Sagamanu wrote Manu Smriti. Kurukshetra is considered many pilgrimage places, temples, and sacred ponds. I feel today has been a pilgrimage for me as well. So full credit goes to the organizers, especially Professor B.N. Artriji, Vice Chancellor Somnatha Sakhedvaji, and seasoned veteran Indian diplomats like Sanjay Gupta-ji and Anup Motka-ji, and Kurukshetra University and the team to organize this third international conference of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, and collaborating with Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. New Delhi is important in the recent geopolitical shift of the balance of power to the global south and the importance of Indo-Pacific region. Also to select Kurukshetra as the venue so that such an effort must have God's blessings to discuss on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in Indo-Pacific region. I'm very confident on the outcome of this conference, and all like-minded countries who have assembled here must find right solutions. Just as the Bhagavad Gita revealed in the Holy Land of Kurukshetra, the chariot of Lord Krishna and the galloping horses that signify a symbolic journey from the darkness of ignorance to the eternal light of enlightenment. So also this conference will remove all darkness and enlighten us with such distinguished domestic and international panelists with the tremendous experience and expertise on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in Indo-Pacific region. Now I'm going to talk about recent development in Indo-Pacific economic framework. As I come from South Korea and feel very privileged to represent my country, I would like to state that the Korean government has highly emphasized that this Indo-Pacific region must be free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region through solidarity and cooperation with major countries, including ASEAN. We are all living in the Indo-Pacific era. The Indo-Pacific accounts for more than 60% of the world's GDP and half of global maritime transport. The Republic of Korea, the Indo-Pacific strategy, is a comprehensive strategy that encompasses the economic and security realms of Indo-Pacific nations. As the Republic of Korea is an Indo-Pacific nation, our national interests are directly tied to the stability and prosperity in the region, while strengthening the rule-based international order, which is conducive to a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. South Korea will work toward a regional order that enables a diverse set of nations to cooperate and prosper together. It is also an economically and technologically dynamic region where our key partners of strategic industries such as semiconductors are located. In recognition of the strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific, countries around the globe have increased engagement with the region and are putting forth their respective Indo-Pacific strategies. The Republic of Korea, ROK, began to formulate its own Indo-Pacific strategy with the inauguration of the Yoon Suk-yeol, the Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol's administration. Korea's comprehensive regional strategy encompassing the realms of the economy and security will enhance the predictability of its foreign policy and expand room for strategic action. A strong democracy with a developed economy, Korea's next leap forward depends on a peaceful, stable Indo-Pacific. This is because the growth of our open economy relies heavily on exports, as indicated by the fact that foreign trade accounted for approximately 85% of our GDP in 2021. Particularly, the Indo-Pacific represents approximately 78% and 67% of our total exports and total imports. The fact that the majority of our top 20 trading partners are located in Indo-Pacific and that 66% of our foreign direct investment is destined for the Indo-Pacific clearly reflect our close ties with the region. Rising geopolitical competition involving diplomacy and security, economy, and technology and values and norms have stalled the drive for cooperation among Indo-Pacific nations. The deepening arms race in the region, coupled with the lack of action to build transparency and trust in the military and security domain, is making the region less secure. Furthermore, North Korea's advancement of its nuclear and missile capabilities is a serious threat to peace and stability, not only on the Korean Peninsula and Indo-Pacific region, but also across the globe. We are witnessing a weakening of governance in a globalizing world, including the spread of exclusive protectionism and supply chain disruptions. The fabric of the international free trade order that previously underpinned a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific is unraveling, while the region's economic growth engine is losing momentum.
Another 2 minutes.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Okay, since we do not have a lot of time, let me try to, okay. So the Republic of Korea is committed to working with other key nations within and beyond the region to foster a free and peaceful region. So now let me talk quickly about the Code, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which is a strategic dialogue involving US, India, Japan, and Australia. You all know that the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe initiated the talks in 2007 with the help of US Vice President Dick Cheney and Australian Prime Minister John Howard and Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Can I just have 3 more minutes? Okay, I try to do as fast as I can. Okay, so many activities such as exercise Malabar, a series of unprecedented cooperation, military drill, attended the conversation. So the diplomatic and military accord was widely regarded as a reaction to China's expanding economic and military power. The Chinese government responded to the call by sending official diplomatic complaints to its members. Study the code has significant impact on the vulnerable sections in India. India's Prime Minister recently took part in Code Forum, which brings together the capitals of Delhi, Canberra, Tokyo, and Washington. Code leaders that had their 6th summit in the US. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said they are not against anyone, and all of them support a rule-based international order, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, let me talk quickly about the China reference. Narendra Modi's remarks were viewed as thinly veiled reference to China's ongoing territorial disputes in South and East China Sea, where it asserts claims of sovereignty. US President Joe Biden further lifted the veil when he stated that China was testing them while attempting to buy diplomatic space for itself. Furthermore, the paragraph on the South China Sea in their declaration was more strongly worded than in previous versions. President Biden, who stated that US partnership with India is stronger, closer, and more dynamic than at any point in the history. The Code declaration adopted after the summit focused on militarization and intimidating maneuvers in South China Sea. It also addressed other key global issues, including the conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. The declaration highlighted the negative impacts of the war in Ukraine with regard to global food and energy security. It emphasized that a hostage deal would lead to ceasefire in Gaza and underscored the urgent need to significantly increase deliveries of a life-saving humanitarian assistance and prevent regional escalation. So my conclusion, the most important now, what I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, in my concluding remark, I would like to say that the way used India's political diplomatic strategy as a master stroke to include all African nations at G20 summit in New Delhi, which now is G20 plus one, including African nation, African Union, and Mauritius gaining all importance in the Asia Pacific region as doorway to African countries, has been a win-win for all with India's leadership and cooperation. I strongly suggest and recommend to this august House and highly intellectual distinguished panelists, the organizers of Third International Conference of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, and the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to now consider to involve the Republic of Korea and add up with US, Japan, India, and Australia to form the code as Code Plus One to promote the principles of free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. This will be the most effective combination and strategy to derive the best developments in Indo-Pacific economic framework. So hopefully, Code Plus One can be initiated, including South Korea in near future. I feel this suggestion from me as a founder president, Indo-Korea Business Culture Center, IKBCC, will be the best key takeaways from this discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Dhanyawad. 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you so much. But you're taking much of time from other speakers. But anyway, you give some very insightful sharing from your country perspective, because you know when you're talking about the Quad and others framework and Quad Plus, actually this is very sensitive one to make a very comprehensive statement here. However, you tried to raise this issue in this platform. I think the future research and policy direction will be follow up on this particular issues. So, the ladies and gentlemen, so we have another 2 or 3 guests of honor for these sessions. So, may I check now whether they are available or not? So now our guest of honor, Dr. Binod Verma, Senior Vice President, Group for Corporate Affairs at Aditya Birla Group, Delhi. So, Dr. Binod Verma is available here. Okay, so we first, and another is Captain Anurag Bizen, the research fellow, Manohar Institute. And so we have another guest, it's called Dr. Alexander from Brazil. So, he available? Alexander? Professor Alexander, are you available to talk now? You are earlier, I would say, but after that, do we have Dr. Sachin Tiwari?
Yes, I'm available. Yes, I'm available.
Okay, so we are actually far behind of our schedule, sir. So I may request, please deliver a speech within 7 minutes, sir. Let's go ahead.
Yes. So, hope I'm clear and audible. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Kurukshetra University, for the opportunity. My name is Sachin Tiwari, and I'm a research fellow at Kaling Institute of Indo-Pacific Studies. I work on strategic issues related to technology and international relations. And that's where my today's presentation will be on geopolitics of technology. So, when we talk about recent developments in Indo-Pacific, so technology is at the very center of what countries have been doing, prioritizing their national security, prioritizing their overall development policies, integrating technology at the very heart of it. So, when we talk about technology, nowadays we talk about what is emerging technologies or so-called advanced technologies. uh, because it's a university. So I would like to like, expand it and say that emerging technologies comprise what we understand, such as artificial intelligence or advanced computing or biotechnology. In fact, clean energy and some of its developments are also included. Rocket, space force, all such technologies are within the part of it. Now, very interesting thing about these emerging so-called technologies is that word critical is attached to it. So whenever a strategy comes up, they are said critical and emerging technologies. So critical word has been done by countries to assign the importance they attach to it. And it is very much part of the national security also. And all the policies and the politics is also attached. So these technologies are not just at the technical level, but they are very much part of geopolitics and international relations. And that is like the thing I want to talk about today. So in context of Indo-Pacific regions, there are two important features of the region. One is the presence of large developing economies. The potential of the region in the economic growth is quite significant. And second is there is also a potential for conflict, as we can see in the intensification of US-China rivalry and the spill out and the apprehensions in the region. They have generated a lot of fear. So what it has done to the technological development? So there is a apprehension among the countries towards over reliance on any single power, and this apprehension has led to what we call the formation of self-reliance strategies. India's case is very much well known because we enacted very quite a long time back Make in India program that has not just grown but has been expanded year on year. So I'll just touch up upon how geopolitics and technology is taking shape. So there are three kind of models that are appearing. One is competition, second is confrontation, and third is cooperation. So in terms of competition, all the major states have enacted their own national policies and made dedicated investments. So the US launched the Science and Chips Act with a $55 billion allotment. China, at the same time, launched its own program. It is called Big Fund with a similar amount of investment. And along with it, South Korea, Japan, India, with its own semicon program, has launched significant funding into the critical technology sector. Southeast Asian countries are also not behind. Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, Philippines have got their own similar programs. So there are these strategies which are oriented towards development of the domestic industry due to the reasons I listed. And these set of national strategies are also pushing different states to pursue a different kind of strategies because these are niche and advanced technologies, and there's a lot of collaboration required. So these so-called advanced technologies are majorly limited to China.
Sir,
Yes, yes, China and US, and that is where the sharing, the bargain, and everything is being done. Now I come to the confrontation. So confrontation is mostly in form of telecommunications network. So US and US-led countries have insisted on an open network policy, and they have tried to promote the same vision in the region. India has also supported the similar position for the deployment of open networks. On the other hand, China has promoted its own version, and the two are at loggerheads over not just the norms but also the actual deployment. So there is a confrontation, such as example of the subsea cable networks that carry the digital network in the region. So in Pacific countries, there have been a significant push by US and China to put their own cable networks. Now I'll come to the third part. What is left of these two competition and confrontation is
Sorry,
cooperation.
because we are actually out of the time, and we actually very fortunate to have you. Um, you already tried to crystallize the idea relevant to the artificial intelligence and the technology, how can contribute to the this Indo-Pacific development of economic framework. So thank you so much for now today, and maybe in the next time we will try to give you the more time in this. So ladies and gentlemen, we tried to very hard to connect our foreign guest, Alexander Precious. So, sir, are you available there to talk now? So, if you are available there, so we are actually run out of the time. So, you have 5 minutes to give your speech. Sorry, because we are trying hard to connect you, but due to some technical problem, we cannot. But we are lucky now to have you. Please, sir. Floor is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm sorry by the problems. They are all mine. I'm confused here with the time and the connection. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation for this event. In the name of Professor Atri, thank you very much. It's my first time in speaking for India, and I hope I'll be in person next time. It will be a very, very great pleasure. I'd like to talk about how we can connect, integrate the Pacific Ocean blue economy, principally India, with Brazilian ocean economy. I think it's a very important issue. Here in Brazil, I think India is more advanced in working with the blue economy than we are. We will learn a lot from you, I hope, in the next years. And today, Brazil are beginning something like a national strategy for the blue economy, but just at the beginning. I know India has already one and a lot of thinking about this issue, but Brazil, we are at the early stages. And we, in my university, we are working to calculate the Brazilian ocean's GDP, like we talk here about we call the Brazilian blue economy the blue Amazon, to make a comparison about the Amazon and show people here in Brazil that the ocean can be a very rich resources that we are not enjoying. Brazil has a 120 billion dollars ocean economy now, principally tourism and the service sector and oil. Brazil has a big oil exploring industry in Brazil. Is one of the two big sectors in Brazil, and we are very, very poor developed in areas like more technological sectors like manufacturing and shipbuilding. We used to have a big shipbuilding industry, but now we have some problems with that, and we need to create policies to try to develop in the more technological sectors of Brazilian ocean economy. And I think with the India has Brazil and India has growing very fast our economic integration the last years. India is one of the 10 biggest markets for Brazilian exports, total exports, and India invests $3 or $4 billion in Brazil annually by 2022, 2023. So our countries are getting much closer in economic cooperation, but not in the blue economy. And I think seeing how huge is the Indian coastline, similar to Brazil, I think the ocean economy can be a path that we go together to get our countries more close in economic issues. And I think one way to do that is working with the BRICS. I think Brazil now has a G20 presidency, and we try to develop an ocean G20 sector and try to work with the ocean in the G20. I think the BRICS should do the same kind of working group about the ocean with the BRICS in order to develop what I could say a global South Ocean strategy. I know that India worked very, very hard with the global South in order to develop some geopolitical issues. India is a very important country in the global South. So I think Brazil and India together try to develop a strategy that get close to the Indo-Pacific Ocean with the South Atlantic Ocean of Brazil. I think we could work together in the BRICS and try to connect our ocean economies. So thank you very much, and our apology for all the wrongdoings that we have today. I hope I'll be more ready for the next time. Thank you, Professor Atri.
On behalf.
Yeah, thank you so much for your joining. And I'm sorry that we were behind the schedule, but I got the idea. And as discussed with you earlier in Bali, so if you can share your idea through email with me, then probably we can have some joint programs under the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. Thank you again. Thank you.
I'll be very glad to do it.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our distinguished speakers today that we are talking about recent development in Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We are very close to finish these sessions. You know that Indo-Pacific, when the idea actually initiated that you people already know it has come from the head of Japanese former Prime Minister who was assassinated before. So this Abe Shinzo, and then it was actually get the fuel from the US parameter from like that Joe Biden in administrations. So in our discussions about this recent development in the Pacific Economic Framework, actually at the very beginning of our first panelist, we tried to crystallize the ideas very relevant on this matter. So Indo-Pacific ideas actually based on the three core items we call openness, connectivity, and resilience. So when we are trying to actually relevant this matter, so everything should be under these three parameters. So the recent development that I mentioned earlier that in last month in the ministerial meeting, which is that clean economy agreement. So clean economy that we are talking about the transition of green economy in the whole of the countries, and also the fair economy agreement. Fair economy agreement is different from actually, when we are talking about the governance. So here is the money laundering and many other things, corruptions in every country in the world. So they are also talking about this matter is very seriously among the 14 countries which actually signed for the economic framework. And finally, that is called supply chains agreement. The supply chain agreement actually they're talking about supply chain agreement, and last 2 days we are talking that our present crisis in the world, that in Indo-Pacific and other area like Persian Gulf, and also the war between the Hamas and Israel, and also the Ukraine and Russia, and other parameters, all are actually directly impact on these matters. But they are talking again in the last ministerial meeting in last month, that is in the this September month. So it's about the resilience that they again call the resilient supply chain. So when we are talking about the resilient supply chains, that we have to do a lot of things, and the country like biggest country in this economic framework, like India, Japan, and US, and also the Malaysia in these regions, actually could play very important role to actually ensure the connectivity, openness, and the resilience. So thank you so much for our very distinguished friends today share their ideas, and also those who are joining in person, like our guest panelists from the Korea, and also all of our students for hearing us these sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to thank you all the speakers joining us. Your thoughts were inspiring us. I hope that we will collaborate in the future as well. Once again, thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor V.N. Atri to felicitate our respected Professor Emeritus T.R. Kundu, sir, from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Thank you. Professor T.R. Kundu, sir, an eminent economist and academic leader with a distinguished career in teaching and research. He did his master's in economics with distinction from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra in 1970. He had an opportunity to work under the guidance of Professor A.L. Nagar, a leading econometrician of his times at Delhi School of Economics. Professor Kundu holds several key administrative positions in Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, including Chairman, Department of Economics, Founder Chairman, Department of Business Economics, Dean of Colleges, Director, Mahatma Gandhi All India Services Coaching Center Institute, and Chief Warden of the University Hostel. He has published more than 3 dozen research papers in Journal of National and International Repute, and his work has been widely cited. He has made research contributions in the theoretical and applied field of economics. The broad area of his interests include general equilibrium analysis, decentralized planning, and development economics. At the 35th Dairy Industry Conference held at Kolkata in 2006, he was presented the Best Paper Award for his article with Professor Ashok Kumar Chauhan, published in the Indian Journal of Dairy Science 2005. Professor Kundu was awarded UGC Emeritus Fellowship in 2013 and then ICSSR Senior Fellowship in 2016. His research work during his tenure as Senior Fellow was adjudged outstanding by the ICSSR panel of experts. He is presently a member ICSSR Collegium of Eminent Social Scientists. We welcome you, sir. Now, stage is over to you.
Thank
Please,
you very much.
big round of applause, please.
Good evening to everybody. I welcome all of you to this session on dynamics of renewable. No, no, no. It's an industrial revolution and these like mining, new frontiers of technologies. No, 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 this is not unsustainable. Okay, 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 okay. So anyway, I welcome all of this to this session, and we have 7 to 8 speakers. I don't know how many of them are present here. Okay, okay. So first of all, I request Professor D.C. Kalule, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, online. So, Professor Kalule, are you available?
No, sir, he is not joined.
He is not joined. Next is Professor Devashish.
No, sir.
He is also not here.
Sir, Professor Nitin Arora, sir.
Professor Surendra Moore.
He is there. He-
Professor asked G.K. N.K. Bisnoy. Okay. Okay. Dr. Nitin Arora.
Yeah, Namaskar, sir.
Oh, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
We request you, we welcome you and request you to present your views.
Yeah, sir, please. Just give me 1 minute.
And you have 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, yes, sir.
We are running short of time.
Sure, sir. So I'm going to share my screen with the participants. So with the permission of chair, I present my views on Industrial Revolution 4.0 led economic challenges. I will be explaining what type of challenges we are going to face under Industrial Revolution 4.0. So some of the elaborations I have made using the production frontier technology. That diagram I have developed that shows if Industrial Revolution 4.0 will be introduced, then what will happen? First of all, the best practice technology will shift from say frontier FF to FF1. Now, because of technological innovations will cause production frontier to shift upward. Then the innovations and artificial intelligence oriented technology will help frontier to shift upward. That will enhance the overall output in the economy. So earlier I will say OL, you can see OL workers were employed at frontier FF, whose productivity is expected to increase with industrial revolution 4. And what will happen? Suppose skills of OL node existing workers are compatible, while L node L are not compatible with the Industrial Revolution 4, because there will be people who are not that much skilled. So LOL shall be the workers who shall get unemployed because of Industrial Revolution 4. Now, no doubt, Industrial Revolution 4 will ensure more output in the economy. With this increase in output, the employment has to increase from OL naught to OL1, but this employment increase will be net of those people who will get unemployed because of unmatching skills. So in nutshell, higher employment, higher output will be positive outcomes, and L naught L unskilled people unemployed shall be negative outcome of the Industrial Revolution 4. Now, first of all, I will be explaining what was that red area in the diagram. That red area shows the unemployed people who are not matching the skills of IR 4.0. Now, this represents the technical dualism, because IR 4.0 will cause the possibility of technological dualism. We know that technological dualism is a situation when employment opportunities are not less because of lack of aggregate demand, but they are less because of technical constraints. So this situation may arise because of lack of skilled manpower. Technological dualism will be there under Industrial Revolution 4.0. So specific training programs and IR 4.0 oriented education must be priority of economies, specifically Indo-Pacific economies who are aspiring to take advantage of this revolution. Now, impact on demand and supply conditions of IR 4.0. Now, the demand structure shall completely get affected by the introduction of IR 4.0. Innovative products shall be in market, and so the product awareness issue shall be the prominent issue to generate sufficient demand. As per Schumpeter's hypothesis, the institutional structure shall get changes. The existing capitalist structure shall demolish to the new structure that shall be dominated by those economies who are, adapting this IR4. The replacement cost of existing capital with IR 4.0 will be zero compatible capital structure shall be high enough. So modern advanced economies who are having a big capital base, they will be incurring, huge replacement cost of capital. So it would be easy for the economies under the process of structural transformation like India, who are in the stage of installing industrial capital. Obviously, they can opt for much advanced capital, which is compatible with AI and Industrial Revolution 4.0. The countries like India shall get opportunity as industrial expansion directly in the form of IR 4.0. Compatible equipment shall avoid any replacement or dumping cost. Now, IR 4.0, then life expectancy and social security. Now, here, hope you people are looking on the news in newspapers that with AI you can depict any disease before 15 or 20 years of its occurrence. So with IR 4.0 compatible technology, the diseases would be detected at early stage, and so there would be sufficient time to cure them. This would surely enhance life expectancy among households. Increased life expectancy shall cause issue of social security among elders, because we are not having that much of social security programs in Indo-Pacific countries. Also, the incompatible workforce shall be another threat to social security. Those obviously unemployed people because of technological dualism occurring because of IR 4.0, they means the policies would be needed to engage these people to some activity such that the possible involvement of these people in criminal activities may be avoided. These are some possible expectations from IR 4.0 which must be taken into account while forming any policy to introduce IR 4.0. Yes, there are many other, but due to paucity of time, I won't be discussing more upon the topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arora.
Thank you, sir.
For a very insightful discourse on various aspects of IR4. Thank you very much, and respecting the time limits.
Thanks to you, sir.
The next speaker is Professor Sunita Sharma, chairperson of the Department of Economics.
Namaskar, sir. Hanji. Good afternoon, sir. Ji, namaskar, sir.
We have only 5-7 minutes available to you.
Done, sir.
So try to come up.
Ji, sir. With your permission, sir, I am sharing my screen with you.
Same name?
Sir, I am sharing the screen. Am I audible? And is the screen visible, sir? Ji. So, the topic which I have selected for this particular seminar is the emerging trade dynamics in Asia-Pacific region and India's role, given that India recently refused to sign the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So basically, the entire paper is focused on the political economy behind not signing this particular agreement. When we focus on the Asia region and its political economy, because I'm sharing the map of this particular region with my worthy audience, basically we have three main organizations which are already in, you can say, operative in the region. One is ASEAN, which covers this entire area. which is a highly successful group of countries which are also called as either Asian tigers or tiger cub economies and are doing really well in terms of economic growth. Second, the main is SARC, which is not very successful. And third is APEC. APEC, that is Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, which covers not only the countries of, you can say, mainly East, that is the members of ASEAN, but apart from that, it also covers Russia, China, Canada, US, and many important countries of South America. So somehow already three regional organizations were there when this particular argument came that why not the Eastern countries get together and they decide to form an organization known as Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. The idea is that no doubt whenever we talk about development dynamics, it is considered that somehow West is doing better in terms of growth. But in past 30 to 50 years, it has happened that Asian, especially after World War II, this eastern portion has developed, and closer to the decade of 90s and early 2000s, it developed at a much faster rate. I have already talked about Asian tigers and tiger cub economies. So given that the idea came into picture in 2012, that why not in 2012, that why not all the important and newly emerging economies of Asia join hands, then somehow East will end up becoming more powerful and world polarity may be changed. So as I've written in my slide, it covers nearly 30% of global population because obviously two main players, even though India has refused to sign RCEP, which I'm going to discuss why, but otherwise without India also it covers, the RCEP covers 30% of global population and nearly 30% of world GDP also. So if India also joins the league, then obviously East is going to be very heavy compared to the West. So this particular map shows the countries which have joined this regional comprehensive economic partnership. And if we notice, excluding India also, almost all the big players of the East, be it China, be it all the developing countries like Japan, South Korea, we have Australia, we have Singapore, we have all the countries of ASEAN, plus the big players like China and Australia, Japan and South Korea, which makes this RCEP very important and which makes or somehow highlights the eastern side of the world in altogether a different way. Then the question comes, because RCEP is nothing but a free trade area. If all these important countries, they somehow decide to form a free trade area, obviously, then it will give, you can say, it will be able to counter the power of European Union, which is another economic union and highly successful. So why India eventually refused to sign it? When we go to the textbook content of why what the proposed RCEP outcomes in the next 20 years to come, obviously we talk about free trade in goods as well as services. Apart from goods and services, two important things which are worth noticing here is number one, data, because data and data transfers and permissions to access data, permission to share data, this is really coming up in a very faster rate, especially after the evolution of AI. So somehow, if being a free trade area, trade in services also starts, then yes, data transfer and access to it will change the dynamics. And second is rules of origin. When we talk about rules of origin, India can have advantage in making something if we claim that this particular thing is made in India, or any country will have some under WTO. Every country has some type of uniqueness because of patents or copyrights that this particular product is made here. But once we make a free trade area, then under these WTO, though it is important to mention which country the product is being made in. But once it is a free trade area, then these rules of origin norms also get diluted. So no doubt in textbook, lots of benefits are listed whenever we have to discuss free trade. Almost all the students of international economics, we all economists, we keep on discussing how free trade is going to be beneficial. But when we think about India and the you can say dynamics in which India is operating as an economy, free trade may not be a very 100% free trade, and joining RCEP may not be a very wise move. Here again, I have, because I somehow strongly believe in the theory of international economics, I have just listed all the things which justify that why free trade is important. But in the end, I have mentioned mainly 2 points. One is secular deterioration of terms of trade. It really becomes important that what are you exporting and what are your net imports. And secondly, obviously dependency. The entire debate is already there that somehow if you are not part of the elite league or part of those developed countries which are in the center, no matter how much you integrate with the rest of the world, there is no guarantee that you are going to develop as much or you are going to be taken as seriously as that of developed world countries like USA or maybe UK, even if we claim that our growth rate is comparatively faster. So the question comes, what can be the, you can say, advantages or disadvantages for a country like India if we join this particular free trade zone? Obviously, there are geopolitical challenges, there are issues related to many other things, but here I want to talk about. See, we all know that before COVID, when we used to talk about the world before, you can say early 2020, China was the main hub where a lot of investment was coming. Here I'm referring to FDI. No doubt Singapore, China, and then used to be the case of India. And this particular phenomena which I have listed here, spaghetti gold phenomena, that every manufacturer used to decide which product has to be made, which part of which particular production process has to be, you can say, started in which particular country, so that the cheapest input cost can be, one can benefit from cheapest input cost. But after the entire dynamics which have changed after 2020 and the post-COVID world, obviously many like iPhone or many big players have decided to, yeah, I'm sticking to the time, have decided to shift their production units from India to China. So basically, rather than elaborating too much, I would just like everybody to notice this particular this thing, which is the statistics for the year 18, 19, 19, 20, when India actually had to take the decision whether it should join RCEP or not. So the proposed RCEP members vis-a-vis India, if we see the trade dynamics, maximum trade deficit, because trade balance, and if we see the minus sign, one of the biggest trade partner is China, and no matter which year we choose, normal year, non-normal year, somehow with respect to China, we are in a perpetual type of trade deficit. So if we join to make a free trade area with a group of countries, where China is also, this particular slide also shows for 2020 only, when we had decided to join, then obviously we will be reducing the tariffs, and compared to all other countries, India's tariffs are slightly higher. Nobody is talking about non-tariff barriers. So the moment we decide to reduce the tariffs, what will happen? That the burgeoning population of India, which provides a bigger market to all the countries of the East, they are just going to flood the Indian market with their products. So this particular decision of not joining this international organization may not always be purely political. It has strong economic repercussions also, which needs further exploration. Obviously, I'll skip this. So what can the decision cost India if India still decides that, because Japan is actually requesting and putting pressure on India that it should also join RCEP, because all the big players of the East, the Australia, Japan, South Korea, China, everybody is a member, so why not India? Because India somehow follows the ideology of dual circulation, that anybody who is in India should prefer to buy Indian only. It is not against the ideology of WTO or the philosophy of WTO, but we would know that if we just open our borders without any type of restrictions to the imports, it will simply lead to crowding the market by the imported goods, which will be at a comparatively lesser price. So with this, I will conclude my presentation, and I'm open for any type of discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, madam, for encouraging us for your thoughtful ideas. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Professor N.K. Bishnoi. Is not there? Okay, Professor Sahel is there. Professor Sahel is there, our Dean of Social Sciences, to present his ideas. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Professor Kundu, Honorable Seminar Director, Professor Atri, other dignitaries on and off the dais, my colleagues in the Economics Department and University, and my dear friends and students. At the outset, I would like to formally express my sense of gratitude to Professor Atri, Seminar Director, and Professor Chauhan, Chairman of the Department, for inviting me here to deliver, to present my paper, to give my presentation in this seminar. Since I have time constraint and I have been allotted just 5 minutes, I would try to just read main points of my paper. Friends, the topic of my presentation is India and the emerging dynamics of Indo-Pacific region, an overview of the prospective aspirations and role. In introduction, I would suggest 2 or 3 things. The first is the Indo-Pacific region, as we all know, and has become clear from the previous discussions, is very crucial, very important region, which will shape the trajectory of the global geopolitics and geostrategy. The second point, all major powers of the globe like US, China, UK, EU, Japan, Australia, etc., have great interest in the region. The third, so far as India is concerned, India has great aspirations, also possibilities and role to play in the emerging dynamics of the Indo-Pacific region. That's why India has set up a Indo-Pacific division in Ministry of External Affairs to shape its policy. How this region suddenly became important, though historically it has been a very important region, and in a different context, this idea was discussed by Axis power during the Cold War period. But now this has shaped outrightly a new form. In 2016, Japan Prime Minister Abe unveiled FOIP, means Free and Open Indo-Pacific. This was the point where this all issue emerged, and these all discussions are going on. He unveiled Free and Open in Indo-Pacific at Nairobi. US also suddenly took interest, and it renamed its Pacific Command as Indo-Pacific Command. Similarly, other countries, other powers, and other organizations just like ASEAN, India, UK, Germany have equally focused on the region and adopted this terminology also, and also shaped their policy. All powers have unitedly hoped India. They hoped from India to play a positive role in the region. As a country, we have been a very good reputation globally. So, and we have also played very positive and proactive role in various forms. So here also the people or the countries hoped from us. So India has been actively participating in IORA, ASEAN Forum, Mekong Ganga Economic Corridor, FIPIC, that means Forum for Indo-Pacific, Iceland Cooperation, etc. So India also, shaped its policy towards East. Under the Prime Minister of, under the chair of our Honorable Prime Minister, India
Professor-
shaped its Act East policy.
Professor, well, sorry to interrupt. This time to indeed.
Okay, just 2 or 3 points.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Economic and trade interest. India has also economic and trade interest. Economic partnership agreement meant it signed an economic partnership agreement with many countries
from Japan, ASEAN, South Korea to China, Australia, and Western power. They want to establish their rule. India want to establish a rule-based order and prevent dominance of any single power. So India advanced the freedom of navigation and overflight in SCS, that means South China Sea, by declaring it global commons. So this was a clear message directed to Beijing. After 2020 Galvan Valley clash, India, engaged multilaterally with the regional partners. It conducted naval drill with the US in Andaman and Nicobar Island, strengthened ties with Quad and ASEAN countries and also Japan to counter Chinese dominance. After COVID-19 pandemic, there was a need of alternative supply chain to reduce dependence on China. So here, India decided to, form its clear-cut policy and also decide to take initiative in the region, and that's the background of, formation of Indo-Pacific Division in MEA, which emphasized on inclusiveness in the Indo-Pacific framework. That's all. These are my main points. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Charles, for a comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, we are at the end of this session, and we are all thankful to all the learned speakers as well as the audience for carefully and peacefully listening to them. We are already behind the schedule, so we end this session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to formal thank you our respected Professor T.R. Kundu, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Priya Sharma for further proceedings of valedictory session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the third international conference of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Study, held in collaboration with Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. I, Dr. Priya Sharma, and am coordinator this final session and what has been a truly enriching conference. Today, we are honored to have among us distinguished guest, Professor M.B. Chetty, Vice Chancellor, Sanskriti University, Chhata, Mathura, UP. He is presiding over this session. Guest of honor, Pawan Kumar Chaudhary, Advisor to Chief Minister of Foreign Department, Government of India, Government of Haryana, India. He is joining online us. Guest of honor, Professor A.D.N. Bajpai, Vice Chancellor, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. He is also joining online. I request Dr. Ahmadul Islam to come forward on the dais, sir, please. I request also Ambassador Sanjay Panda to come forward and take your seat on dais. I welcome Ambassador Sanjay Panda, former Ambassador to Turkey, High Commission to Seychelles, Council, General San Francisco, USA. Dr. Ahmadul Islam, SRF, Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, who have graciously agreed to share their valuable insight with us as we conclude this significant academic gathering. We extend our heartfelt welcome to each one of you, whether joining us in person or online. To begin this session, it is my honor to invite our Visionary Conference Director, Professor V.N. Attri, to deliver the address on the future agenda of ICIPS and offer his concluding remarks. Please, Dr. Atri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am thankful to Professor M.D. Chetty, Vice Chancellor, Sanskriti University, Dhaka, Mathura. I am grateful to Ambassador Sanjay Panda for being here for the last 3 days and energizing the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. I am thankful to Dr. Imadul, who has come from Japan and participating in our events with enthusiasm, and he will be talking on the prospects of collaboration between International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies and Ocean Policy Research Institute, Tokyo, Japan. So I welcome you, sir. And I received the email from the President, Sakakawa Peace Foundation, Dr. Haide Sakaguchi, who basically, despite his not good health, being in not good health, addressed us, and he assured me that he is planning to come to India sometime next year to discuss the things with the Honorable Vice Chancellor. Now, I know that the time is moving and we are very late because some of the sessions we cannot hold. But I'm happy that most of the foreign experts, and I think rather 80% of the experts, they were from different countries of the world: US, Italy, Japan, South Africa, Mauritius, Fiji, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia. So all of them, they attended the conference. So which is a big thing for this center and the Kurukshetra University. As I mentioned yesterday also, this is all possible because of the inspiration and the guidance from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath. And some of the plans are under consideration, and we are receiving the active support from the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Basically, the third conference is a landmark in the history of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. In this context, I greatly acknowledge the contribution of Professor Ashok Chauhan, the Chairman, Department of Economics, Professor Sanjeev Bansal, Senior Professor in the Department of Economics, and all the colleagues in the department. Most of them are my students, but they are doing very well. I'm happy. And being the, you see, senior in the department, left the department, I think, in 2011. So my role is just to put the department also at the global level. And in that context, I'm satisfied that the university is there on the global level. Now, Ambassador Sanjay Panda is also on the advisory council of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. Ambassador Suklal, who is the High Commissioner Designate of South Africa to India, he is also on the advisory committee of the International Center for Indo-Pacific. Dr. Naqvi, the former Secretary General of IORA, he is also on the International Committee of the International Advisory Committee of the Center, and many more. And all of the members of the advisory committee, they are coming since the inception of the first international conference in person. So let us make a great applause for them, taking so much interest in the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. Now, when I proposed the center to be established at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, after completing my tenure as chair in Indian Ocean Studies, Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, Republic of Mauritius, I was there for 6 years, from 2014 to 2020. So with that background that I know the working, the day-to-day working and all other things about IORA, and as yesterday mentioned by Ambassador Suklal, how the Indo-Pacific initiative of IORA took place, and that was during the chair of South Africa, and Ambassador Suklal was the chair of the CSO, and they directed me to prepare the concept note, and I prepared the concept note, and then there was meeting in the Mauritius, and it was probably in April 2019. And after that, basically the draft which I prepared was sent to the member states, and Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, basically said that they want to be partner in the project of Indo-Pacific, and then all the material was sent to the Government of India. And when I left IORA, then which is the Government of India and the IORA, they finalized the IORA outlook on Indo-Pacific, which was basically adopted in November 2022 in Bangladesh, Dhaka. So I think one important thing which is happening that the book endpoints of Indo-Pacific is being settled. And basically the scholars from South Africa, Kenya, they basically did the inclusion of Africa in the Indo-Pacific. And the African strategy, that is the Integrated Maritime Strategy 2063, the contribution of African Union in promoting the trade and investment flows. And the try of the Africa continent is that Africa need not to be marginalized. And I'm sure, because all over the world, even at the United States, United Nations, the efforts are being made, consistent efforts are being made, grants are being given in the implementation of the blue economy, creating the quality infrastructure in all these African countries, as well as the LDCs, CIPS, and all that. Now, the theme of the conference basically is very much valid. The first conference, basically, we focused on constructing the Indo-Pacific constructs, emerging trends. That was the prospects and challenges. That was the first conference. That was basically, chief guest was Joint Secretary from Indo-Pacific. And the second conference was on the geostrategic, geoeconomic, and geopolitical framework in Indo-Pacific. And the chief secretary was Ambassador Damu Ravi, Secretary Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. And today, Madam Joint Secretary Indo-Pacific, Parimita Tripathi, made her special remarks, which are more relevant and which basically reflect the viewpoint of Government of India. He made a reference to the statement by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And all those things, basically, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, Sagar, that is the security and growth for all in the region, that was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in his trip to Mauritius and South Africa. And I was there present when the Prime Minister was addressing in Mauritius. And over the last 9 years, that is starting from 2015 to 2024, lot of significant development has taken place. And one important development is that everybody, whether it is in IORA or in Indo-Pacific, assigns a key role to India. Without India, we cannot move. So India is at the center stage, both in Indian Ocean Marine Association as well as in Indo-Pacific. Then focus under the presidency of India, G20, the Global South, and the inclusion of African Union in G20. So these are some of and then the UPI financial system and the Ayushman Bharat and so many things. So there are so many examples which India has set for the global economy, and whatever has been done under G20 in India under the able guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, that is being further taken the Brazil, where the next conference is being held in November 2024, and the other next will be there in South Africa. So that is, there is a chain of events taking place in the global South. Earlier to India, Indonesia was the chair, the president of the G20. So what in Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa will be doing? So that is important. And the critical point is where India is collaborating with the United Nations Development Program, giving millions of dollar aid to the other countries, the project-based aid. And that is one of the conclusions of my book, where I said that the United Nations Development Fund with India partnership should be utilized for IORA, and IORA should formally discuss with the CSO and be the member of that program, so that sufficient money, because project money is not available in IORA. We have a special fund of around $1.5 million, if I'm correct. So $1.5 million is not enough. The projects, blue economy projects, as mentioned by Ambassador Mudgil in his lecture. So the requirement, as and also mentioned by Professor Colgan, the infrastructure requirements of the countries, whether they are related with the ocean development space or they are related with the land-based economy, they are enormous. The funds required runs into, I think, 13 to 15 trillion US dollar. And the fund coming forward is just around $1 trillion. The good point about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, I was reading the progress of the Indo-Pacific as yesterday, day before yesterday. So all the partner countries, 14 partner countries, including India, they have created a fund of 23 million US dollar jointly for joint common work projects for the benefit of these countries, creating quality infrastructure, which are the need of some of the countries who are there in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. In my view, this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, as also mentioned by Ambassador Panda, more countries will be joining. It may be 40, it may be 48. That depends. But I'm sure that the whole of the Africa will be there, and then some other countries usually may also join. The focus of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is basically to enhance the productivity level, creating a competitive supply chain. And if I try to define the competition, although as declared by the Honorable Prime Minister recently, it is not against any country. I know that Russia has also their views on Indo-Pacific. China has also their views on Indo-Pacific. And the ocean belongs to all. Ocean creates unity, not the diversity, not the separation. So that is, and oceans are vital for our life. Every second breath we take, it is because of ocean. So oceans are becoming vital. This is the century of the oceans. And ocean basically is a great hope, but that hope basically has been unsustainably utilized for the last so many years. And EU has exploited ocean, then United Kingdom, and a lot of industries have been set up and they are progressing. And I may also mention that the rate of growth of ocean industries almost double than the traditional industry growth rate all over the world. If you take the case of USA, the GDP growth rate in general may be 2%, but the GDP growth rate of the ocean industries, according to the latest reports by the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, says that it has been almost double the GDP growth. And in some of the countries, they are trying to make it 8 to 10%, for example, in Indonesia. And in Australia also, in South Africa also, they are making it making it double. At present in India, the contribution of ocean economy to GDP is 4.2. And we want to double it by the year 2047. And I'm sure that when we are able to exploit the ocean resources sustainably, India will maybe more than 10 trillion economy. But not going into the detail of that, what we propose what is the future outlook, I discussed with the Honorable Vice Chancellor. He couldn't come because of his busy schedule. We are trying to create a vibrant international center for Indo-Pacific studies, who will be further designing very soon the relevant courses in all the interdisciplinary subjects, whether it is economics, whether it is political science, whether it is sociology, tourism. Even I have vision to develop some courses for the scientists. They don't know what is the blue economy, what is the sustainable development. They need to be taught. So, and those courses will be included in your credits so that the students feels interested. So my message is there as the director of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. Let us make it vibrant, and the objective of sensitizing about the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies have been achieved very quickly. Credit goes to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, credit goes to the advisory committee of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. And one more thing I want to share. Of course, I will be proposing to the Vice Chancellor and he will be happy. We may be extending the international membership of the UC Advisory Committee membership. And I'm also trying, as revealed by the Secretary of Global Ocean Accounting Partnership, try to put up the proposal before the Vice Chancellor that Kurukshetra, University of Kurukshetra, can also join as a partner in the long run. These are some of the things which are under my consideration. And these are the hints, and all the students and all the participants who are here in person or online are free to give me suggestion, because this center is working for all the countries in Indo-Pacific as well as in IORA. So we are trying to make global, we are trying to generate peace and prosperity, sustainability in Indo-Pacific and also at global level. And also one thing, I just throw an idea, you should concentrate the role of artificial intelligence, advanced technologies in raising the productivity. Of course, it will raise the productivity, but it will be having 60% impact on the employment in advanced countries and 40% employment rate in developing countries. So these are need to be assessed and discussed and analyzed. I think with this, I stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Atri, for your insightful and forward-looking remarks. It is now my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Pawan Kumar Chaudhary, who brings with him nearly 18 years of experience in investment promotion strategy advisory across various sectors. Mr. Chaudhary has been a key player in strategy and policy document, working closely with public sector clients and organizations such as Invest India, the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency. Currently serving as the advisor to the Foreign Cooperation Department, Government of Haryana, Mr. Chaudhary has a remarkable track record in negotiating large investment projects and gathering business intelligence for government schemes. His expertise spans sectors such as railway, infrastructure, smart cities, and financial service. Moreover, he has worked extensively with ambassador, bilateral chambers, corporate advisor, group, and business leaders, contributing significantly to India's socio-economic development. Sir, may I now invite you to deliver your address? And this session is over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hope I am audible to everyone. Respected Chair, Honorable Vice Chancellor, my dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me to attend this important and meaningful workshop on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region. I was the part of the previous session wherein the point was discussed. Those are very much relevant in terms of the Indo-Pacific region is concerned, and wherein the security dynamics are challenging each and every step of the wide and blooming economy as on date. So I welcome you all to the land of karma, that is the land of Haryana, wherein Haryana means the possibilities, Haryana means the possibilities, and Haryana means the potentialities. Why Haryana is having that kind of PPP? We would like to discuss in this coming points of 5 to 7 minutes, wherein the security dynamics was discussed, and as on date, as we understand that the Indo-Pacific region is a strategic hotspot of the all major global powers. Uh, we understand that the military presence and the geopolitical tensions, those issues are such a critical issues which need to be addressed. And India is having a large and oldest route in this global south, wherein the 60% of the world's maritime trade is passing through this Indo-Pacific waters. And that freedom from the navigation is very critical, gentlemen. And the tension in this regard could be threatened the global trade and the economic growth. So that's the main worry point, and that's why I am assuming this workshop is very meaningful and significant. We are discussing such kind of global issues on this broader platform of Kurukshetra University. Again, like luckily or unluckily, the India is now becoming the factory of the globe. We are having a largest market of 140 crore. So while we are saying that we are the largest market, and we are developing the manufacturing skills and capacities and the scale of economy for our population and catering the needs of the global requirement as well. But the point is the climate change and the impact on the region due to these kind of manufacturing activities in this Indo-Pacific region. The neighboring country who are having the equal kind of population quantum, and India is also having the capacity build in this scale of the economy. So this is important to understand how the expectation of managing the climate and the sustainable solutions from the country like India, who is having the blooming economy. Since we are the manufacturing economy, so that's why the country who are actually the consumer, they are creating some kind of criteria, and we are being imposed on the manufacturing economy like us. So those need to be addressed, wherein we have to understand the manufacturing economy will be creating such kind of uh, pollutions and the climate change issues. But simultaneously, India is very responsible country in that way, and that's because of the state partnership. The state again, wherein the economic criteria are concerned. I am coming from Haryana, so you would be surprised to understand that the Haryana is actually the part of New Delhi. We are covering Delhi from three sides, and the state's responsiveness in managing the climate change and the protection and its responsibility in a way to use the reuse of 65% of the industrial wastewater in the various aspects, like reuse in the plantation, reuse in the agriculture and the industrial processes. So that's how we are trying to build our capacity to protect the environment. But again, the sustainable clauses being imposed by the countries who are already having the large economical basis are not that much justified for the economy like us. So that's why this is one of the biggest issue while you are starting some manufacturing processes, and then again the environmental issues, and again it's becoming an industry itself to create some kind of agitation, like saving the environment and everything in that broader way. So sustainable development is very important, but sustainability at what cost? Sustainability is very important for development of the infrastructure. Sustainability is very important for the climate change protection, and sustainability is very important for the education system. But the cost of that everything need to be managed as per the region is concerned. So as on date, if we are talking about the sustainability in the education, we are living in an era wherein the education system provokes for the job orientation. We are targeting our kids for the new job searching. In the same way, the industry 4.0 regime, the manufacturing sector will be the largest contributor of the job creation. In that line of action, the skilling, I am thinking, will be one of the important aspects which need to be addressed properly. And all those skilling like requirement need to be addressed for the industry 4.0 requirement. The skilling is one of the important aspect wherein we need to create and develop the human resources for the future challenges. And the economical aspects of the human capital is associated with the skill levels. So skill development and the skill curriculum setting as per the global requirement are mandatory as on date, which we are thinking. And after the skilling, the Haryana also is in the process of development of the human resources for the future challenges in the social development as well. The institutional setup of the Foreign Cooperation Department and the Parivar Pehchan Patra, the flagship scheme by the government of Haryana, wherein we are targeting to develop the last person in the queue by adding the value to him, providing the all the welfare scheme of the government through a digital manner. So, in a nutshell and the comprehensive manner, the digitalization is one of the major aspects to reduce the corruption and the direct interface with the last person in the queue. So these are the few aspects wherein we need to address all the challenges, starting from the social challenges till the manufacturing and the exports and the outbound investments. The state recently have initiated the Foreign Cooperation Department, which is meant for facilitating the inbound investment, which wherein the competitive and cooperative federalism every state is doing in that sense. Haryana is considering its responsibility by adding a value to it by facilitating the investments wherein the Haryanvis would like to invest in the other country, wherein they would like to go and start their businesses so that they can decongest the local competition and then can explore the new market as well. So this will be again the linkage of the new market, the global market, and decongest of the local competition. So the competitive and cooperative federalism in the global arena. So that's very important, and the government of Haryana plays an important role. My point to associate the state and the state should understand their responsibility and commitment for the national GDP by adding their all the capacities and the value addition and the out of box ideas, so that the ecology and the global competition can be healthy. The here we were listening about the sustainability. So sustainability is one of the major aspect wherein we need to balance each and every aspects of human life. So we at Haryana are not just believing in the business to business approaches, but we are the land of Gita. As we have mentioned, each and everything we are seeing in this globe are actually had been written in Gita, and whatever is not mentioned in Gita, we are not seeing in the globe as well. So in this crowdsource of information, this transformation, we urge to connect the heart to heart approach for participation. We invite the globe to participate with us. We are already in the process of having the dialogue with around 50 plus countries as a single state is concerned, with the help of Ministry of External Affairs. The results are very much excellent and remarkable. If we are giving you just about Haryana, so each and every second car which are running on the Indian roads are coming from Haryana. Similarly, we are contributing the two-wheelers, which are 49%, which are coming from Haryana. Similarly, for the agriculture equipments and the loaders and many. So we have to think about the new sunshine sectors, and that's why we are institutionalizing such kind of systems, wherein we have created the high-level task force for Mission Haryana 2047, targeting the Haryana's economy of 1 trillion, while we are completing the 100th year of Indian freedom. So our idea is to give some value addition to the Indian economy. We are going to be third largest economy by 2030. And then, but 2047, Honorable Prime Minister is targeting the Indian economy to be number one, that is the $20 trillion. So Haryana's participation or the any state's contribution to the national GDP is very much important. We as a state, we urge your contribution and participation to guide us to navigate the state economy by adding some sunshine sectors, or the traditional sectors can be divided into the subsectors. So, not taking much of your time, I am closing my remark with the expectation of your support for changing the global perception. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan Kumar Chaudhary, for your enlightening words. Now we are also honored to have with us Professor A.D.N. Vajpayee, Vice Chancellor of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Professor Vajpayee is a distinguished academician and leader with vast experience in university administration and academic excellence. Over the year, Professor Vajpayee has contributed immensely to higher education through his work as a Vice Chancellor and his involvement in multiple national academic initiatives. His vision for holistic education and research is deeply respected in the academic community. He continues to inspire both students and educators alike. Sir, we are grateful for your presence. May I now invite you to kindly share your thoughts. Now this session is to you.
Thank you, Nidhi, for having introduced me so elaborately. Am I audible, Professor Atri? Am I audible properly to the audience? Yes, thank you. So I am thankful to Professor V.N. Atriji, who is a close friend of mine, an old friend of mine, who is director of this International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. Ambassadors, Mr. Sanjay Pandaji, VC Sanskrit University, Professor M.B. Chatterjee, Professor Ashok Chauhan, who is the main architect of this international event, Mr. Sanjeev Bansal, Imadul Islam, and I am equally grateful to Mr. Somnath Sachdevaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University, and my friend Angresh Singh Rana, who was instrumental to bring me to this forum. I was carefully listening to the deliberations by Professor V.N. Atriji as well as Professor Pawan Chaudhary, and I could smell what could have been transpired during a 2 days conference. I am taking a simple stand. You see, Indo-Pacific, I have been to Fiji also several times, saw the South Pacific part of the Pacific, and found how much those countries love India. Wherever you see Indians have gone under this Girmitia arrangements, whether it's Australia or it's Fiji or many other countries, they would still see connectivity with Indian population, Indians, Indian culture, Indian civilization as such. Indo-Pacific region as such, I think covers 1/5 of total world. Its population, its economy, and many other things. But the main hurdle, the main challenge, maybe security issues, which V.N. Atri has mentioned in this topic itself. But the diversity as a whole is the basic challenge. we belong to see different demography, different topology, different economy, and almost different cultures. The cultural diversity is the basic challenge, just to connect this Indo-Pacific country as such. And with all my humility and with all my, devotion to the service of economics for the last 4.5 decades, I can confess, Atri, that merely economics can't serve the purpose. I do agree with what is Ms. Pawan Chaudhary was mentioning about investment and everything. And he began that he hails everybody from this land of karma. It's not land of karma, it's Dharma Kshetra, Kurukshetra, both. It's a land of dharma, land of spirituality. This is the spirituality, this is the culture which can very well connect this, the Indo-Pacific region. So our model of whether it's a security with the culture taking at the root, if you are going for cultural diplomacy and to some spiritual diplomacy, I think connectivity will be more permanent and more congenial, will cost effective than the types of politico-diplomatic relations we are having today. This is my first point. Secondly, for climate change also, with the paradigm of development we are taking together nowadays, this paradigm per se is quite oxymoronical, associated with the climate. It's all against the sustainability as such. So, if we can rethink about the development concept, development to say, and connect our roots of development with somewhere Ishavasya Upanishad or somewhere from Srimad Bhagavad Gita or somewhere spirituality, in which Sarva Khalamidam Brahma is the crux, or Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, or you know that under this G20 summit, we gave the slogan of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We decoded one earth, one family, one future. One earth means universality. One family means all inclusiveness. And one future means all sustainability. So sustainability, universality, all inclusive. All three, the major points of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam only. If we are formulating a model on Indian ethos, Indian value systems, Indian consumption pattern, Indian production mechanism, Indian thinking, Indian spirituality, and then coming to connecting entire Pacific region together, I think things will be more sustainable, more reasonable, more logical, more connecting, and I think we'll be able to do justice as well. So, to me, this is climate change or sustainability or bringing entire region together should be byproduct of our thinking. They should not be treated as a main product. At the same time, there should be some interrelationship between the climatic change, the sustainability, as well as challenges. All three are going together. We cannot we cannot study the issues of security differently from those of sustainability or from that of climate change as such. So that interrelationship, whether through input output model in thinking or some other things, I think we'll have to be more wiser. We'll have to just expand our domain of thinking, isn't it? People call me that I'm taking some type of like philosophy type of thing, and philosophers keep on opening the issues. And I am just opening this particular issue, which may not be falling within the boundaries of economics and economics only, or trillion dollar, or investment only. It is much more, much beyond. Then only we'll be able to do justice with this topic. And I think I must reiterate my thankfulness to Professor V. N. Atri. And he has been doing great service to this center and also to the thinking. He has represented India at different international forums. I have got a lot of respect for him. and Ashok Chauhan is carrying the same, light of economics, where I know that Vikas Mishra was the head of the department. Professor V.N. Atri and Ashok Chauhan. Ashok Chauhan must have heard his name. V.N. Atri must have been a student that time. Vikas Mishra, great to see a scholar. So, thank you very much, Atri, and God bless you. Vande Mataram.
Vande Mataram, sir. Thank you, Professor Vajpayee, for your enriching address.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving us the relevant philosophy, and the center will be working on it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It is now my honor to introduce Professor Dr. M.B. Chetty, Vice Chancellor of Sanskriti University, Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Chetty is highly respected academic leader, currently serving as Vice Chancellor at Sanskriti University, and formerly he held the position of the Vice Chancellor of University of Agriculture Sciences, Karnataka. He also served as Assistant Director General at ICAR, New Delhi. Dr. Chetty's vast experience in both academic and research leadership has significantly contribute to shaping the future of agriculture sciences and higher education in India. We are grateful for your presence and look forward to your presidential remarks. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. The most respected friend of mine and the director of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies,